Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, Tracy Shuchart, a.k.a. Shy Girl. Good morning, Shy. How are you?
Good morning, all.
And Macro Strategist Extraordinaire, Craig Shapiro. Craig, how you doing this morning?
Good morning, Jim.
So we have an awful lot of stuff to talk about, everything from energy, crude oil, earnings, jobs. So let's just get right into it, Shy. Let's talk about the news.
Right. So the big story overnight, obviously, is crude is up 5.37% this morning. Now, what happened is yesterday the Office of the Treasury, OFAC, listed more Russian sanctions on Rosneft and Lukoil. In an attempt to try to get this ceasefire. I'm not sure that's going to work out. But in the light of these new sanctions, because we already have a lot of sanctions on Russian oil and Russian vessels and things of that nature, but we really haven't blacklisted Rosneft and Lukoil, which are the big companies in Russia. We have sanctions on some of the people involved with those companies, but not those two in specific. In turn, then we had a lot of headlines saying that India will not buy Russian oil anymore due to these sanctions, which is kind of a turnaround from them. However, despite the headlines that are saying Russian barrels to India will go to zero, it is important to note that there is a Rosneft-backed Indian refinery called Naira, and from Naira Energy, and that likely still remains an outlet for Russian barrels because they have long-term contracts, and of course it is partially owned by Rosneft. That said, we could see a lot of those Russian barrels taken off the market, and so crude oil is very excited about that. And I would like to note, that yesterday Energy Secretary Wright said, and I posted this on X, that oil prices are low. It's a great time to be a buyer. And this was yesterday, and it's moved about 7% since he said that on Fox News yesterday. So this administration has a habit of telling you what the markets may or may not do, right? We had that with the Trump saying buy stocks now. Back in April. Anyway, so that is also interesting. Now, on this same front, the oil rally is adding pressure to U.S. bonds. So we're seeing yields up, bonds down as inflation risks build. The oil bounce is posing a larger than usual headwind to treasuries as the lack of economic data during the U.S. government shutdown kind of forces investors to put more weight on other drivers. So the short-term correlation, the 20-day correlation between U.S. 10-year yields and Brent crude, which is the benchmark, has been rising since the government shutdown started on October 1st, and now it's the highest since 2021. That's probably unlikely to change until the data taps are turned back on, so to speak. So definitely something to note. I know Craig will speak on that a little bit later. Next, we have overnight quantum computing surged on a report that the Trump administration is seeking stakes in quantum computing firms. This was reported by the Wall Street Journal, citing anonymous sources, quote unquote, familiar with the matter. So we had companies IonQ, Rigetti Computing, D-Wave Quantum, and other firms such as Quantum Computing, Atom Computing are all considering a similar arrangement. So we had IonQ and D-Wave shares up 9% in early trading. Rigetti added 7%. Quantum Computing was up 11%. So that is helping buoy tech stocks this morning. Then we have Intel earnings tonight. They're facing a high bar. It's right after the bell. Investors are going to be looking beyond the bottom line for the chip maker. The rally has been very steep. Several analysts have actually cut their ratings in recent weeks due to they worry that the shares are rising too fast. So that's going to be all important looking at the bottom line, because they are again part of that circular group of AI stocks that everybo's kind of has their eye on. So again, that is right after the bell today. And we have all right. So Besant has a meeting in Malaysia, the 24th to the 27th. He is meeting with Vice Premier He Lifeng. They plan to meet. Again, the 22nd to the 27th. They're going to discuss quote-unquote important issues in bilateral trades. He's the top trade negotiator. And so what will be interesting to me is the question is, do people start deleveraging in front of this meeting today and tomorrow, or particularly tomorrow ahead of this meeting, because we don't know what the outcome is. And so something to kind of some negative pressure on perhaps the index markets, as people don't want to get caught off sides if this meeting does not go as planned. So keep an eye on price action today from that. Then we have some news from payments. Now it is lagging data, but interesting because we're talking about maybe the economy is slowing. So it shows as of June 2025, we have 67.6% of consumers were living paycheck to paycheck, with 25% saying they had difficulty paying bills. And this is a large jump. So definitely something to keep an eye on as the consumer gets squeezed here a little bit. Then we have... yesterday we were talking about how many contracts were traded in gold, right? And you made the comment, Jimmy, that CME must be doing really well. And this morning, Deutsche Bank just upgraded CME Group to a buy from a hold. So there's that. And then just one note on gold. The 4,000 4,100, 4,200 call fly has been the most traded. This kind of means that traders are expecting gold prices to stabilize around that 4,100 area.
Well, that's an awful lot of stuff to digest. You know, I was taking notes, and the thing that struck me was the consumer paycheck to paycheck. I mean, you can't just switch from steak to Beyond Meat. Can't do it. So it's going to continue to be expensive here. But how? Let's start with Craig. Craig, how are the consumer really being squeezed here?
Yeah, I mean, look, we've been talking for quite some time about this lower part of the K-shaped economy that continues to struggle. It's low-end workers, it's low-end borrowers, home renters, and yeah, the slowdown that we've seen, we're seeing it in these delinquency rates are picking up for credit cards, for student loans, for autos, and now we've seen these bankruptcies and some of the subprime auto lenders. So the low-end consumer is pretty stretched, and we're going to continue to get more data. And the outlook isn't great with the labor market continuing to deteriorate. And the administration, is talking about lower inflation or trying to lower inflation, but we have an affordability crisis in this country for a large swath of the public. Rich folks and high-end companies are doing incredibly well, and plenty of spending going on, which is keeping the overall averages of the economy better than not, but for more and more Americans, they're struggling. And you're seeing that, play out in parts of the tape as well, right? Stocks that are tied into the low-end consumer, whether they be in retail or in housing or in, some of these tertiary financials like Sallie Mae and SoFi and other areas have been struggling, while, stocks and industries that are tied into the high-end consumer or into AI CapEx cycle, have been doing incredibly well. So I think that is something that we're going to be dealing with and will continue to deal with, for the rest of the year and into 2026.
Yeah. is Shai what is quantum computing? First of all, I mean, it reminds me of an Ant-Man movie. Is this gonna save everybody or change the kind of the dynamic layout of how we do computing?
Well, it is. I mean, they've been talking about quantum computing for ages now, and we just haven't really reached to that level. But, as computing becomes more and more necessary, firms are looking to kind of make this jump into the next level of computing. So it's kind of, all tied into that tech race, AI race, et cetera.
Yeah. Okay. We'll keep monitoring that. But I think the story of the day so far for me anyway is the crude oil story. I mean, yesterday we closed, I don't know, in the 58 handle. Today we're mid 61 handle at 61 52, and we're kind of like we're challenging the support level we saw mid-August to September around that 61 half level. We're kind of sitting right above it. We blew through a 38 and a 50% retracement on the upside. And so as we kind of go forward here, a lot of times we get these news events that don't stick. Shai, is this sticky? Are we in the 61 handle for a while now?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily like just news-driven spikes in oil, but, we have seen kind of a steady rise over the last few days after we dipped into that $55 area. So it's not like it was, 10% move in one day, a big spike, or, that we have seen in the past in geopolitical issues. I wouldn't be surprised if, we kind of hung out in this 60 to 61 area for a while as kind of news settles in. But, a lot of people are very short this market as well. And that does open us up to kind of a short squeeze if we start, breaking that 62, 63 area.
Yeah, and so Craig, how does this, if this is sticky or even more bullish than we could imagine at this point, right? I mean, there's some targets up here around $66, 65.85 for a double top that we've had recently. How is this going to affect the macro narrative on the folks that really heavily, the industry and the commercials that really rely heavily on energy?
Yeah. I mean, lower oil prices has been, one of the big pillars of the administration's desires, right? In order to bring inflation down, lower energy has been, at the foreground of that, and that's helped, at least in the administration's mind, push this agenda for cutting interest rates, right? There's been in their mind, there's no inflation, oil prices are low, and that should give the Fed impetus to continue to cut rates. And so I think this is a significant risk to the macro narrative if these oil prices wind up, not continuing to fall and get sticky here in the 60 to 65 or continue to move higher. I mean, this is a clear ratcheting up of sanctions by the administration, on these huge Russian oil producers. So that's going to have implications. We're seeing it today in the bond market with yields moving higher. I mean, if oil moves higher, it's going to be harder for headline inflation to show material downside acceleration to give the Fed further confidence in cutting rates. And so what's likely to happen if oil stays sticky is after we get this October rate cut, we'll hear Fed members talk about, well, inflation is a little bit higher than we thought, and it's not returning to 2% like we thought, and now it's energy in addition to services, in addition to the tariff related, and it's harder and harder to say transitory, and it's harder and harder to see a return to 2%, and so that makes it harder to deliver that December rate cut or rate cuts into 2026, which really are basically 100% priced, right? We talked about that earlier this week, is how the bond market has already priced in a cut in October and a cut in December. And so, there's scope for disappointment. Tomorrow is CPI. Obviously the lower oil prices that we've seen to date has been a benefit, for that reading of coming in, not as hot. But if that figure tomorrow is a little bit warmer and we have this oil price momentum moving to the upside, then it's harder to paint a story that inflation is moving back down to target. And if that's the story that gets painted, that means it's harder for the Fed to deliver the rate cuts. So when the rate cuts are already priced in, then the market gets disappointed. And so I think we're seeing now I mean, a 5% move in crude, right? We've seen, 5% moves in precious metals. We've seen big moves now in multi-asset classes for the last couple of weeks. Volatility is clearly expanding. We've seen range expansion. We've seen heavy volumes across the board, open interest in gold. I think you were talking earlier about oil contracts elevated, although now open interest falling, but still very elevated, volatility elevated. These are two-way tapes now. The VIX expert yesterday in S&Ps, and now we're seeing VIX kind of grinding up again today into CPI tomorrow, Fed meeting next week, big cap earnings next week, and the Xi-Trump hopeful meeting at the end of next week. A lot of things going on. Definitely pays to be vigilant, size smaller, think about your stops, and expect range expansion. Great two-way tape for traders, but got to keep your head up. Got to keep your head up.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't, I can't believe it's Friday tomorrow, by the way. I mean, this week has just flown by quickly, but, I like to look at the bond market to see what it's anticipating when we have these big FOMC meetings or these big CPI meetings or job numbers. But today, when I looked at the candle, it was a big, bonds are down. Bonds are down quite a bit right now. You can see that that big candle on the daily. But really what popped in my mind was this inverse correlation that we saw between that crude oil spike and the treasuries. And I got to think that there's a strong relationship here between the two. Shai, am I just imagining stuff, or is this a little bit sensitive to what happened in crude?
No, it is. And I mentioned this earlier, that the short-term correlation, the 20-day correlation between U.S. 10-year yields and Brent crude, which is the benchmark futures, has been rising since the government shut down because of the lack of data. And it's the highest correlated since 2021 right now. And so we are going to see bonds react to oil more so than usual because we don't have this data. And as oil moves higher, again, we have this inflation risk building.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. It'll be interesting. By the way, want to welcome everybody in the chat. Thank you for being here. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate the thumbs up. Appreciate the great banter in the chat. Also helping each other out. You guys are the best. At the top of the chat, there's actually a banner there. If you haven't already, there's still seats available for the third qualifier for the Arena Cup. So the first one was pretty awesome. Second one is Monday, and then the following Monday is the third one. So don't be shy if you want to participate. It's fun. Cash prizes galore. I use the word galore today. And it's a great time. And also you could follow the featured traders too. Beat the featured traders. Who doesn't want to beat a featured trader? Everybody wants to beat the featured trader. So get in there if you want. It'll be a lot of fun. We appreciate it if you do. In any event. Boy, Friday already tomorrow. So let's kind of just looking across the board here. I mean, the U.S. dollar, and we're going to talk about this in a second. It's a little bit stronger across most currency pairs, with the exception of the Aussie dollar. The Bitcoin is at 109 handle, still a little bit above my 108 500 support level, but not by a lot. So it's only up 1.29%, which is a nothing burger for the Bitcoin. The equities, Russell's up a little bit. Russell's got a little bit of green going on, and the ES and NASDAQ and Dow have a little bit of red going on. We already talked about bonds being down big time across the board, across the whole yield, which means the yield curve, the yields are up. The energies are up across the board. We got RBOB up 3.4%, and I'm going to ask Shai about that in a second. But and then metals too. We got to talk about metals as well. Shai, RBOB, gasoline. Is it just following? Is this a correlation trade?
Yeah, I mean, this is just following crude prices moving higher. You have 3-2-1 crack spreads, so you have to crack a barrel, and you get gasoline and diesel, which is heating oil, which is diesel, basically is also up 5% today. So it's not surprising that products are up if crude oil is up.
Yeah. Okay. That makes total sense. Let's shoot over. Well, yeah, heating oil, by the way, that's all right. So let's talk about this for a second. And the ultra low sulfur diesel. This powers the supply chain, right? We're talking trucks, we're talking trains, we're talking ships. That's up 5.39% too. Again, is this correlated with what's going on with the underlying crude?
Well, absolutely. Crude oil prices go up, products go up. I mean, it's a clear correlation, so not surprising. And, drawdowns in diesel have been more severe than gasoline this year, so not surprising that that's up even higher since stocks on diesel are lower than gasoline globally right now.
Yeah. So, Craig, where are we at on the supply chain in general?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think we've been talking for a long time about how demand trends have been sluggish, supplies have been more elevated, but we haven't really been drawing down. I mean, we've been drawing down inventories, and so it's been a kind of a more of a a flaccid market for lack of a better word. Now we have this exogenous risk that's been reintroduced, right? These sanctions, which can have a real implication for supplies, and the question will be, what will there be anything that's put on China with respect to their imports of Russia? Will that change at all? I know the administration has talked about India is going to stop buying Russian oil. I find that hard to believe, but we'll see what happens. And so to the extent that some of the incremental Russian barrels are pulled off of the Western markets, that keeps the Western markets more bid, and Russia will then just wind up selling more discounted barrels to China. And so. But look, I think if we see a snug energy market, we're also moving into the winter where weather can become a factor, particularly for gas and in Europe and other areas that are importing. I think the interesting thing about the oil move today is how the follow on into the currency markets, right? I mean, you have big importing regions of oil like Japan, like Europe, like the UK, which are going to see their currencies weaken as energy prices move higher. And so this is a theme we've been talking about for the last few weeks here, this dollar move. We know the administration's desirous of a weaker dollar, but the dollar has been sticky, hasn't broken down. It's actually starting to look a lot better now, trading above the 150-day moving average. Uptrend, looks, like it could be forming here. I think if we kind of got some more upward momentum in the dollar with, rallying with oil prices moving higher, that would be some headwind, that I think risk markets are going to struggle with, right? Because oil importing countries that own treasuries may need to start selling treasuries in order to get the dollars necessary to start buying the more expensive oil. So these things are all related, high correlation across these markets, as you pointed out, with, the move lower in yields in oil. Now we're moving the other way with oil up, yields up, dollar up, VIX up, right? Those are, that's against what the momentum has been, through the summer and into the early part of fall, right? We saw a weak dollar, weak vol, weaker yields, weaker oil, and now we have the opposite, right? Stronger dollar, potentially stronger oil, vol moving up, and yields, stop going down, maybe start moving higher. That's that's the opposite setup from what we've had from May through the early part of September. So definitely keep your eye out. I've certainly become more negative in my outlook here and trading. So, no surprise there. But well, look, I think we're into a very catalyst heavy period here over the next 7 days. That's going to warrant hypervigilance and for traders, definitely stay at your seats, and for swing traders having those hedges on, right? Being acknowledging that there's overnight risk. Now, might we get a headline tonight that Bessent met with his counterpart in Malaysia and it went well, or it didn't go well? Is this meeting going to happen? Is it not going to happen, right? So we're into the overnight risk potential again here, which again is a different market than what we saw from, let's say May through the end of August.
Yeah, that's both you. Go ahead, Shaq, go ahead.
I just wanted to add one thing on the currency front. The reason we're seeing Aussie dollar higher is because it is a commodity currency, and we are seeing commodities across the board higher today. So just a note on that if you are trading currencies.
Should I explain that a little bit more? Why is it a commodity currency?
It's a commodity currency because the country itself, it produces a lot of commodities, right? So everything's kind of tied in. They're a huge natural gas producer, they're a huge miner, and for not only metals, but, things like lithium, et cetera. And so their currency is really tied into how the commodity sector is doing and not so much correlated to the U.S. dollar, particularly when we see the entire complex moving higher.
Got it. That makes total sense. So thanks for the clarification. Moving back to crude really quickly, though. India going to zero, Russia input, shy.
Well, India is not going to go to zero. I mean, there are a lot of news articles out today saying Reliance has said, which is the largest refining complex in India, has said that they will stop buying Russian oil. But again, we still have a very large refiner in India that is partially owned by Rosneft. And so I don't think those barrels are going to go to zero because they have long-term contracts, and Rosneft has essentially used their stake in that refinery to get those barrels to India. And so zero, no, but let's see if we can get that maybe to 50%.
Yeah, I mean, Craig, is this lip service or is there team play in work?
I mean, it's really hard to say. We know that the administration, doesn't always tell the truth, and so, whether or not Trump had a conversation with Modi or not, and they're going to really reduce the barrels. I think India is an economic actor. They're going to continue to buy, discounted barrels where they see fit. China's going to do the same, and I think. It behooves the president to talk up, his negotiating capabilities. But we'll see. I think economics in the end really rules the day. And until we have a different type of trade deal with India that really has some teeth into it, where we've really cut the tariffs and they're really not going to do this, I think it's a lot of speculation.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, we have a great lineup today, NinjaTrader Live, everybody. Shai, why don't you give us an update on our special macro guest?
We have Jamie Webster, who's an energy analyst at Boston Consulting Group. A lot of his work he has done on natural gas. So looking forward to talking to him about what's going on with natural gas. We have natural gas up again today. And so I've read his latest report. It's very interesting. They are very excited about the prospect of natural gas. So looking forward to talking to him. I've literally been following him on Twitter since 2012. We've known each other, so great to have him on.
Wow, that's a long relationship. Well, looking forward to that. We also have, I think, Farm's going to be with me in a couple minutes, a little bit after that. And then we have Chris and Stowe back to back trading the open and midday markets. Later on this afternoon, we're going to have Leo the Big Cat and XYZ trading the close after Shai's news report and a quick edge report by me. So a lot of stuff happening today on the network for sure. So before we make that transition, though, Craig, any last thoughts on the trading going into the trading day today?
Yeah, just one last thing. Yesterday, the Options Pricing Reporting Authority, OPRA, had some pricing issues delivering live pricing to a variety of different trading platforms for options. So just was a bizarre thing that happened in the middle of the day. It was going on for about 30, 45 minutes. Folks weren't getting live pricing. So to the extent you're out there trading zero data expiry options and you're not getting live pricing, kind of throws a little bit of a risk into the dynamic in play there. So if you're doing that, make sure you keep your eyes out for live pricing and like so. But look, I think volatility again is putting the floor in here. Definitely two-way trading and a lot of catalysts coming up. So a lot of activity to be expected.
Got it. Makes total sense. Shai, any last macro thoughts here?
Yeah, just remember October 24th to 27th, we have Besant meeting with his counterparts in Malaysia. And so we might see, the big question is, are we going to see some people deleveraging ahead of that meeting, either today and tomorrow, or basically today, because then you have that weekend risk on if this meeting goes south. Do you really want to be long this market? So we could see some volatility, and we could see some deleveraging going into this meeting.
That makes sense. Did I see an EIA report yesterday, or am I imagining things?
Yeah, we had an EIA report. We had draws across the board.
But aren't they part of the federal government, the Energy Administration?
They are, but they have remained open, unlike the BLS.
Oh, they're like the flight control people. All right, that's good to know.
They're essential.
They are essential for sure. All right, awesome, man. We covered a lot of ground today. We got a lot more work to do for the rest of the day. Paulie, by the way, thank you for sending me those 5 Italian restaurant recommendations in Charleston. I've been to 2 of them. I got 3. I got some work to do too. I got to get those last 3, but I appreciate your email, Paulie. Thanks for that. Craig, awesome talking to you this morning, man. Appreciate you, and looking forward to talking to you later on today. Tracy, here we are.
Crazy morning, crazy overnight.
I know. There was a lot. Sometimes, there's not anything to talk about, and sometimes there's a ton of stuff to talk about. I'll tell you, it'll be some interesting trading when that bell rings. But I think it's time. Let's get Jamie in here.
Yeah, absolutely.
There he is. Jamie, how are you?
Hey, good morning, everybody. How y'all doing?
Well, thanks for being with us today. And I know we're going to talk a lot about nat gas this morning, but I got to just ask you, this whole Russian oil sanction thing, nothing burger or big deal?
So I will say, as Tracy knows, we actually got together when we first started following each other. My background is actually I'm an oil market analyst. So I followed. I was in the OPEC ministry. I started going into OPEC ministries back actually in 2008. So I'm a longtime oil market analyst, and I'm moving into natural gas, partly because Permian production of natural gas in the last year is natural gas is twice as much as it was oil. So that's why I'm trying to make that move. But oil keeps pulling me back. And I actually think it's kind of a big deal. This is the biggest move that the Trump administration has made. But I think I was listening to the chatter before this. I think the things that we need to watch right now, so high frequency traders right now, the algorithms are making all these trades that have popped up the oil price right now. The 2 things that I'm going to be watching are right now, what are the bilateral deals that are being made? So what sort of trade are going to be made as basically kind of horse trading as this has now been put out. And then number 2, you should watch all of the tanker traders and what are they saying, what is actually happening in terms of where the actual tankers are actually going. And those are the 2 signals that I would be watching for. But this to me is like actually the biggest move that the Trump administration has actually made towards actually trying to do something in terms of trying to quash the moves from Russian oil. I will also say it feels like the oil price is just in love with the $65 handle. So as it was drifting down towards 60, and I was like, we're finally going down. It just popped right back up. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk. Let's talk a little bit about nat gas. You guys had a report out, very exciting. So, we know that the U.S. produces a lot of natural gas. We're building out facilities in the Gulf so that we can turn it into LNG and ship it out. So what are you particularly watching? I know that we've seen, U.S. natural gas prices haven't really been, able to get really above $3 in a very long time. Do you see natural gas prices higher, or do you see higher exports?
So I see much higher exports. Actually, I would say that our export capacity is going to double in the next 5 years. And our exports are we're going to be exporting by 2035, 25% of US natural gas, which is just an absolutely massive amount. In many ways, it's actually a bit of a risk. Some of my upstream clients are a little bit concerned about that because not as well known among some of the trading classes, but is 35% of LNG export licenses are actually are short-term or just they don't have long-term licenses. And so those are only 2-year licenses, which means that basically they could just not be extended. And of course, the president can always just lean on his emergency powers and say, we're going to slow down LNG exports. So that's always a little bit of a risk. But long-term, we're very bullish on LNG exports. LNG, Secretary Wright is actually correct if you kind of squeeze the numbers a little bit. LNG is the fastest growing energy that we've seen in the last 20 years if you squeeze up renewables all together into a single bucket. And I think that is just going to keep on growing. Our report indicates that U.S. natural gas is going to keep on growing. We don't see any sort of peak or anything like that, like the IEA does for a lot of their other sorts of fuels. And the real growth is both LNG, yes, but it's also about electricity. And of course, we're all talking about data centers and everything else within the United States. But realize that electricity is a global issue that is happening, where you are actually having global demand that is happening, global demand for electricity that is happening, and that growth is happening in every region except for China. Every region is going to have much faster growth than in the next 10 years than in the prior 10 years, except for China, which is actually going to be slowing down. And you're going to have natural gas as part of that from about 23% today to about 28%. So it is a big, big part of the story for, whatever you want to call the energy transition and just everything going forward. So it is about natural gas, which is, LNG, which is really about energy security, as the whole world basically changed after 2022. And it's also about electricity. And then, of course, it's also about industrial, which is certainly a big deal within the United States, but it's also true everywhere else in the world as they kind of bring in that natural gas for feedstock and everything else.
And let me just ask you, turning to domestically, that seems like if we need more natural gas plants for data centers, et cetera, this seems like a great opportunity in the midstream sector, no?
Absolutely. So actually, this is the one area where I'm really paying attention to, and actually the one area where I'm spending a lot more time on, partly because I'm a little bit concerned, but also I see a lot of opportunity, which is one, we're going to be seeing a lot more spending in the midstream towards natural gas. So the last few years, you've seen more spending towards kind of oil and towards intra-basin spending for midstream. Now we need a lot more spending on natural gas, and we need interbasin spending. So basically a lot more longer pipes. The problem is that, as you probably know, it is very difficult to get these sorts of projects in place in the United States. And so the midstream is going to have a really powerful position in terms of connecting this natural gas. So I know a lot of midstream players are trying to figure out how do we get more gas through the pipes, either through additional looping and also coming up with more clever ways to deliver gas in more interesting ways. So either, trying to deliver it all within 6 hours. You're also suddenly seeing, which is something that we had noticed, that the United States is really far behind in new storage, that we really need a lot more storage. Basically, we haven't really built any storage at all. And now suddenly you're seeing a whole bunch of natural gas storage that is really popping up. And so you're seeing, I think, I don't normally talk about companies, but I'll talk about the sector. I think 9 of the 10 big companies in midstream are expected to have bigger earnings in this next earnings cycle than they did in the prior earnings cycle, just because there's just a real big move. And I think the midstream is just going to be an area where you're really going to have a lot of strong growth, because effectively, if you think about it, we've got huge, really strong growth in the supply side. We know we have really strong growth in the demand side. And the real question is going to be, are we going to be able to connect these up? And that's where it's really going to matter, where the rubber really is going to hit the road.
So that's interesting. So kind of the midstream companies now should be on everyone's radar screen from an investment point of view, I think is what you're saying. But how does that, we trade nat gas futures here. So how does that kind of translate to future expectations of prices going through the end of the calendar year and into 2026?
So one is, if you get into it, so one, I would anticipate that your basis spreads are going to blow out. So basically, if you're thinking of like Waha to Henry Hub or other sorts of, those spreads are probably going to spread out a bit more. They've actually been coming in a bit, but I would imagine that those will spread out a bit more. Like last year, we had Waha in the negatives before we had a new pipeline that actually got put in, and now we finally popped back up. But those sorts of spreads are going to be popping up. We're also probably going to have some increased pressure on Henry Hub overall as you start seeing more and more LNG exports, and as you're seeing more and more demand for power generation. you're also going to start seeing a lot more, as much as 5 BCF a day, 5 to 7 BCF a day of natural gas basically getting traded back and forth between the LNG feed gas and going into power generation, depending on what the pricing signals are, particularly in these kind of crazy days like we had on Martin Luther King weekend, where you'll see that natural gas will move to where the price makes the most sense for it. And those companies that are able to kind of see that trade and see where the natural gas really needs to go to are going to take advantage of that.
And let's talk about, you know, I don't know if you really watch Canada that much, but, you know, they're starting to export. Is that going to affect the U.S. at all? And what does that kind of scenario look like?
Yeah, so natural gas, so Canada is, interestingly enough, so when the US started to, so I testified in front of Congress saying that we should export LNG back in 2015, 2016, when we were first starting to do it. And at that point, if you kind of stacked up all the LNG export projects for Canada and for the US, it was actually about equal. And then Canada basically didn't do anything. Now Canada is finally starting to step up. Canada has basically been the back end of the pipe basically for its entire energy life. And so this actually is just another access point for that. This isn't something where, you know, we're not going to have enough gas. There's so much gas that's in the Western Sedimentary Basin that this is just another place for it to go out. I know that the Japanese are incredibly excited about any sort of additional gas that you can get on the Western side. And you're just going to end up seeing just a lot of additional demand for LNG. One of the concerns that the industry has over the next couple of years is the potential for an LNG oversupply. That basically we are building so much within the Gulf, but also lots of other countries are actually building additional supply. Australia, other places, that we are actually going to have a potential oversupply of LNG. And natural gas prices, international natural gas prices, are going to dip down for a period of time. And this is going to put real pressure on the marginal players for LNG liquefaction, which happen to be in the Gulf Coast of the United States. So there's going to be a few players that are going to have some real pressure on them if and when that ends up happening. Any sort of delay on LNG liquefaction FIDs ends up slowing that down from happening and reduces the amount of time that we would actually spend in a low price environment. But any time that we have a low price environment is actually positive for the long-term industry, in that, one, similar to what we had in 2008 and 2014 for the shale industry, it will discipline the market. Everybody will have to get a lot more lean in terms of how they operate themselves. Number two is you will have a lot more countries that will relook at LNG. After 2022, when Europe suddenly realized that actually we like LNG and they grabbed a bunch of LNG, you had Pakistan say we're now going to quadruple coal capacity. You will have currently about 50 countries take LNG. We see as much as 80 countries could potentially take LNG within the next 20 years if you have a low price environment and you continue to have a focus on energy security. LNG is one of those things where you can just pop in a quick regasification unit, and it just gives you another kind of optionality. Yeah. And so any sort of extra supply, yes, it increases the chance of an oversupply, but long term, I think it's just a very bullish, very positive sort of fuel for energy security, which has been an issue since 2022, energy transition, which has been an issue since basically the Paris environment. If you want something that pairs with renewables, if you want something that is kind of lower environmental profile than coal, it kind of sits in that middle sort of fuel and really clicks a lot of boxes for a lot of different people.
Hey Jamie, we got a little over a minute left, and yep. I just kind of want to shift gears real quick and throw you out a fun question. New geothermal technology, is this something finally are we going to hit the ground with geothermal or no?
Geothermal, I'm super excited about geothermal. Basically, the shale boys have said, we could take all of our technology and take the shale technology, and now we can apply it geothermal. So we've got a couple of experts within BCG that are super excited about what can happen with geothermal there. So actually, I'm incredibly bullish on geothermal. I think there's still some kind of regulatory and some other issues that we've got to kind of work our way through, but I think we are in very early innings when it comes to geothermal, and it is definitely a kind of space that I would encourage everybody to continue to watch. I think it's a real positive upside for geothermal going forward.
Very awesome. Jamie, thanks for being with us this morning. Jamie Webster, fellow at Boston Consulting Group. We'll drop your X handle into the chat. Appreciate you waking up early, being here with us. Learned a lot of stuff.
You bet, team. Have a great one. Take care.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, he's a subject matter expert you want to talk to all day long.
He's great. He's great. Like I said, I've known him for a long time. He knows the whole energy realm, which is great. So definitely give him a follow on Twitter because he posts a lot of stuff, and every time they have a report coming out, he posts that. A lot of great information coming from his Twitter stream. So definitely follow him.
You still call it Twitter?
Twitter, I know. X, Twitter, whatever. Same thing. If you go, your app still says formerly known as Twitter. Still.
I know.
Right?
I know.
All right.
Oh, man. Anyway, Shai, thanks for everything. I will most certainly be talking to you later on today. And it's time for now Tape Talk. Farm.
Good morning. How are we doing?
Do you say Twitter or X?
Twitter. I refuse to call it X. It's stupid. Stupid name. I'm stubborn. What can I say? I'm stubborn.
Now we know how you really feel about it.
Yeah.
I wonder if the poly markets have a bet saying, when will Musk officially change X back to Twitter?
He's stubborn too. He won't do it. It's not going to happen. But I won't call it. I'm not going to call it X. It's too dumb. Like, what do you say? Like, instead of tweet, like, you have to just say post. It's really awkward.
I hear you, brother. I hear you. Well, I'm looking at the equity indexes this morning, a little bit of positivity in the Russell 2000. Everything else is a little bit negative. We got the, on the daily chart for me anyway, we have the even the S&P is right in that rotation zone between that 8 EMA and the 21 EMA. Little baby candle today. We had a little bit of a bigger reach to the downside than I thought we were going to get yesterday. So we had a decent size candle. What do you think? What do you make of all this?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we got the full P breakdown on ES, which, like, honestly, I wasn't that optimistic that ES would get all the way there. I was pretty sure that NQ would. And then, right as it looked like sellers were running out of gas, we got that last push, right, with that whatever it was that Trump posted. And it was just like, I mean, it was so technical and beautiful. ES came down and swept Sunday night's overnight low, and that was it.
Yeah.
So I was, I wasn't really expecting that in one day on ES. I mean, so that sequence is done. It's complete. We now have that, sort of 3-day internal balance that we talked about yesterday. And so now, the decision point is the break of that range. And like, to the upside, I mean, it's at the top of all of the range, right? I mean, we've got a, 9-day range or whatever the hell it is. And the top of this 3-day range sits there at the top. So break the upside and go, then it's pretty much all longs as long as it sustains a break. Break it to the downside. Well, now you have 3 days of inventory trapped overhead, puking on top of last week's range. So it gets things a little bit interesting. Do we come all the way back down to the bottom? Or do bulls step in somewhere and buy the dip? I tend to think, or at least my lean coming into today was that today was going to be an inside choppy, sloppy mess and just wreck everybody. We'll see. Like, honestly, the cleanest scenario in terms of clarity and trading is a break of yesterday's low or a failed break of yesterday's low. Yeah. So like inside day, nah, just don't get wrecked, right?
Yeah. And yesterday's low on the Nasdaq is, that point of control I've been talking about for the contract, right? 24,829, give or take a couple of ticks. We wicked to it yesterday, but then buyers came back in. I'm not sure that we're not going to see that again today.
Yeah, NQ does look a little bit weaker. We'll see if they want to test that. I mean, it's a natural area for covers, right? So it was kind of nice that NQ hitting that spot aligned with ES sort of taking its Sunday night overnight low. It just made sense to just be done shorting it for sure by then. But, I mean, NQ on that composite profile, I mean, it's still going to have to kick back out of, sort of that primary distribution on that node, which, basically runs like right here is kind of like the top. I mean, this is why this area that it's at right now, call it 969 for good measure. I'll click over to NQ real quick since you got my charts up. 969 to 980 I've been using is definitely key. We did see some buyers kind of pop in just below yesterday. So this is the weekly level, but it seems like they've been buying dips, 940s, 950s. And I'm interested to see if that carries forward into today, because basically, again, this is sort of the upper edge on that composite profile that you're talking about. Little baby LVN there. But you could argue that LVN may not be necessarily that important, but I do see it as being important for different reasons. You can see it's sort of the upper edge of last week's distribution. So you kind of don't want to get sucked too far into the meat of last week. And that's going to be the big issue on both NQ and ES. ES is a little bit cleaner, actually. So I'll flip back to that. But it's the same concept, right? I mean, you could see, right, just right on that upper edge of last week's upper primary distribution, this sort of 16, 19 spot that it keeps holding. So that's going to be big because, in theory, right, if you find acceptance back within last week's value, we could come all the way back down. And I would say 66.50, 66.53 potentially. Maybe even this 36 to 40 spot, which would really be the lower edge of that composite profile that you're talking about. Like every time prices come down there, like we've traded there. But let's zoom out just a little bit because we had 2 weeks here. I mean, like, look at this slop. Every time we get down there, sellers just panic cover. No value established down there. So, we'll see if that changes, if, we even get a test there. But so to me, that's the risk. If we do lose the 16 to 19 spot, got to get through yesterday's low. Possibility the 76 to 80 spot can bid and kick it back over today's low. So that to me would be like a failed break of the 3-day range, which would look reasonably constructive. Bulls would have to reclaim that 16 to 19 spot to feel a little bit safe. But I mean, bulls have to get some reclaims here today, right? So, let's flip over to the 5 just real quick. To me, it's actually, I've got a weekly level at 57 to 60, but the inside week high was 66.75. And we had this key lower high yesterday. And you can see on the profile, it's sort of the upper edge where things sort of thin out. We had this upper distribution yesterday and then sort of the nuke fest, and that was the lower high actually. And this also corresponds due to decay to the SPX inside week high. So that inside week high is absolutely critical, like just from a pure price action standpoint. I'm like sort of historically a price action trader, supply and demand trader before I got into volume profile and market profile. So that to me is key, kicking back over that inside week, because, if you just end up with, a failed break of the inside week and, some red, like imagine your weekly candle, just, being a red weekly candle, failing above last week's inside week high and then closing red at the lows of this week, like you're probably not going to be very, very bullish. So that's kind of what's going on big picture, I think, here. So key reclaim there. The key defense is right here where we're sitting. 16 to 19, I think. And the key reclaim for me is up 63, 66 range. So these 50s from yesterday are kind of nasty. So this really has the setup to be just a shit day where you get chopped up. You missed the short yesterday, so you're trying to catch something today, and then you just get run over back up the top of range. You missed the low yesterday, so you try to chase a rip and you get rugged. So I'm a little bit cautious about that today. Going to keep it very light and very small. To me, the big picture is that 3-day range and which way it breaks.
It almost seems like these indices are like shrugging off the, the earnings info. It almost seems like it only cares about tomorrow's CPI.
Well, see, I mean, that's why it makes sense maybe for today to be an inside day. Yeah. I mean, and like, I don't even think CPI really matters right now. I think the market is a little bit more concerned about growth, but like, if you think about it, because there's no data, the market has nothing to latch onto. So like, hell, why not have a reaction on CPI, I guess? But yeah, like earnings, CPI Friday. It kind of makes sense maybe for today. I really hope it's not. So like I'm totally trying to jinx this by talking up the inside day because I just think it has the chance to be a little bit sloppy and messy. But yeah, to me, I mean, this is the critical hold, 16 to 19. We're holding again. I was sitting here waiting to take a long. I wanted to see this low taken, and then I had to hop on. I was like, son of a bitch. So that's probably generational low right here. Since I decided to be stubborn and wait for that low to be taken.
Wait, what's that level? What's that number?
16 to 19. The low was what, 18, I think, was the early Asia. Low, I want to say 17 and a half. Yeah, this is what I call, we have it's kind of a running joke, but it's not a joke like at all in the Discord. The abbreviation is NTA for Never Trust Asia, but it's actually not Never Trust Asia. It's Never Trust an early Asia sell-off. Like before Asia has even opened, or like early in the Asia session, they come in and they just like some aggro nuke because like Asia never sells our markets, right? Like they've max bid our markets like every single night since 1869. I'm pretty sure. So like when they sell them, like you got to be like, what the hell? This is bullshit. Like, there's no way you're going to sell our markets. Now they'll get away with max bidding. Like they can bid all night and that's fine. But like when they sell them and it's kind of early in the session and it's some aggro sell, like we had just started developing value up here. And then just like out of nowhere, we go a full extension of the IB in like 10 minutes. It's like, no, I don't think so, guys. So we have a little bit of fun with that, but that's absolutely what that was. I never buy it. It's very, very rare that you see like Asia sell it off all night and then the Euro step in and sell it off all night. I mean, you're talking like bear market stuff if that happens. So like hide the kids, I guess. But yeah, 17 and a half. I wanted that to be taken. So now it's even like a better setup for later today to me, because now we have like somewhat relatively equal lows, and it's never going to happen because I chose not to buy this. It's just gone for today. But if we do kind of come in and punch through there, take out both of those relative equal lows, and bid this back up, that would be fine to me. But yeah, I'd be careful about a sloppy, choppy mess. I would like to see a retest of 63, 66, which is going to be like, you're going to be puckered up because you're going to want to short it if it fails, but you're going to be like, well, I mean, we're above the overnight high here. We've held the 16 to 19 spot. Do I really want to sell this now? And it just makes for, to me, an awkward situation. But I'm watching these 50s, 57 to 60 up into that 63, 66. Could still just end up being a big inside day that all fails and falls apart. I don't think the tweet storm is over. Like there might be some more shit that's going to come in. So I'm definitely very, very careful today. But again, ES held, NQ broadly held, that 969 spot, which is key on that composite profile. So, I mean, we'll see.
What about the London IB? I mean, the London IB was maybe 12 handles, 12 points in the S&P, kind of sideways action. I don't know. It was almost like a shock absorber, right? A stabilizer, just kind of push things forward until we get a little bit of a sell-off here. Is there any magic in those tea leaves?
Maybe, and actually this high was yesterday's cash hours IB low. So, I mean, the overnight high is sitting like right there. So, I mean, there's a lot of IB action going on overnight and yesterday. So, if you can accept back in yesterday's IB, it's kind of a good look. But yeah, this was just sort of the sideways choppy grind attempt to sustain over these 40s. And then we did see some solid sellers come in like right at yesterday's IB low. I was watching like 52 to 54 personally. Of course, I was asleep, naturally made a banger of a trade. But to me, you've got this 41.44, which is super important on high time frames. We talked yesterday about how that's a key LVN within that composite profile. That's kind of the big spot here to me. Like this range, I told my subscribers, like probably find trade your bias. The easiest way to execute today is probably either longs here or shorts on failed pushes through 41.44. You just got to be a little bit cautious up here. I expect to see sellers in the 50s. I refer to it as kind of a gauntlet maybe. But I sort of feel a little bit more comfortable once we're offering the 40s. So like I took this short from like right when I woke up and paper handed the shit out of it, by the way. But so this is the range to me to like make decisions in. Nowhere in the middle. Just don't diddle in the middle.
No, that's a good short. I like it. Don't forget, Jax 1 is at 67.50, and then we got a 0 DTE, call resistance, gamma wall, a little bit above that at 67.55. So I think you're right. That's kind of be the zone where we expect sellers to come in, but you never know.
Yeah, that's a spot. I just I'm not chasing a reclaim long of 41 to 44. I just won't do that. That's on these days when we had a nasty bearish sell off and we're trading inside range. Like I'm just very cautious to chase along. I'm really looking for those good dips. Like I missed here because I was jumping on and being too stubborn and waiting for that to be swept. So I could have taken NQ actually, but I was getting started here. So.
Yeah, makes total sense. Well, it'll be an interesting day for sure. We'll see, and we'll keep the tweets on our radar screen ready just in case. We'll brace ourselves.
Yeah, hopefully I jinxed the choppy, sloppy mess, and it's a super clean, easy to trade day. But I just feel like a little bit of caution is warranted. At least you know how it goes, right? Sometimes you take a trade, doesn't work. You take another trade, it works out a little bit. You take a third trade, it doesn't work out. Like you just end up all of a sudden you're taking like 8 trades, and you're like, what the hell? I normally take 1 or 2. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Kind of feels like one of those days to me. So let's just have a little discipline today.
All right, all right. Well, Farm, appreciate the intel, man. I will not see you tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to see you till next week.
Next week. Yep.
Yeah.
Today's Thursday. So yeah, today's my Friday. So I will be off tomorrow, and you're off tomorrow as well. I will see you next week.
All right, all right. Well, you have a great weekend. Talk to you soon, man.
Take care, Jamie.
All right, it is time to trade the open with Christian from Trading Boxes. Hey, good morning.
Hey, Jim. How's it going?
I continue to be inspired, man. I am like, this is day 5 of my new health regime because of you. I know I celebrated a little bit too much in Naples, but now I'm focused, man. I've been lifting weights and doing the bike and the Stairmaster every day.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, and then
Boring
Tracy's
diet.
well, Tracy, yeah, no, diet's been good. Tracy's been encouraging me to drink my green matcha drink, which tastes green, by the way.
As it should.
Anyway, so appreciate you being here today. How you feeling? How's it going?
I'm good. It's a great day. It's been great, this volatility that we've been seeing in the markets. I think it's a little bit of a change in environment that from what we've been in, and we just have to take advantage of it.
So what do you mean by explain a little bit about change of environment?
So, typically we were in a sort of low VIX environment. We were just going higher and higher.
Yeah.
Then we got that big spike 2 Fridays ago, and ever since then, volatility's been higher. The intraday movements in the markets have been larger, wider, and therefore the opportunities I feel, have yielded more in the own trade opportunities that you're finding, whatever strategy somebody's looking at. It's producing more because of the larger intraday ranges, and so I think it's important to adapt to that and understand that, hey, if the daily average range is I can't forget the exact number, but it was like 1.6, 1.7%, then obviously, that's going to be significantly higher. And therefore, you want to make sure that you open up your trades, your trails to that expansion so you can make more in this market right now.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Yeah, I kind of track the 14-day ATR and just to kind of see what the trend is because it does trend nicely. Actually, it's surprisingly you would think, well, yeah, any given Sunday there's going to be nothing burger or extreme events, and that's not over a longer period of time. You could kind of see that trend kind of percolate. I'd say.
Yeah, but good times here. Hopefully, nobody's getting chopped up in this volatility.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Looks like you got a trade cooking right now.
Yeah, I bought this 960s, which has been a significant level in NQ, and we had my setup here, the 90-minute reversal, and I already took 2 partials along the way. We're currently at I did not place my R multiples, but I took partials here into 2R, and I'm just letting the rest trade and see if we do see higher. But I can go right into my trade plan here.
Do it. And by the way, while you're pulling that up, I see on the MNQ, man, we got a pretty dominant point of control at 25,091. So that's
0.91 all
yeah,
the way up here.
yeah. Now, I'm not saying we're going to get there, but I'm just saying when I see these kind of real prominent session volume profiles, I'm like, well, I'm not going to rule it out.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a significant level. I have 90s to 110 as a resistance where we sold off from last night.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope I want to go there, right? So I can
I know,
maybe
I know. I'm rooting for you.
but we'll see. But we're in a very interesting structure. Every week that I'm with you here, I've been sort of saying, hey, we're in this higher high, higher low structure on the weekly. We should be focusing on these bullish setups. And yet, in the last few days, I'll bring over here this daily chart, and I'll talk on the daily here for a second. We are at a point here where the weekly 9MA uptrend is super extended, and we're now at risk at seeing more daily failed breakouts. And we're typically seeing that here. We were in this contraction ever since that Friday breakdown, right? We were in an inside week. We were consolidating. We eventually broke out on Monday of this week, and we put in a deep higher low against it. Higher high, higher low. So this is the new trend that's potentially starting out of this contraction. We want to see higher highs, higher lows, and then new higher highs to have a valid, healthy new uptrend. In a scenario where we're this extended at these highs, if this 9MA higher high, higher low fails, we confirm a daily failed breakout. And at that point, that can trigger a sell-off all the way back down to prior week low. Why is that? It's because we are now, the bounce from the 50 EMA, which is here in blue, has failed to produce new highs. All these consolidations along a rising 50 EMA has produced new highs. And it's funny that when we get into the third one, so for example, this is the first consolidation, we go higher, the second consolidation, higher, the third consolidation, we attempt to go higher and failed. So I talk a lot about how after the second higher high on larger time frames, we typically see 80% of the time we see a high. If we fail, if we continue to a third high, which we are in this sort of last few months, then we're usually at a climax top. Now, obviously, in strong environments, you have seen, bigger moves, but we're in that part of the trend structure where it says, hey, we're into that potential climax top. We can see a big reversal back down. And so the daily structure here is sort of giving you that picture here. I don't know if you guys remember, but this is exactly the same thing that happened in February of this year. This was the last extended higher high, swing high, of course, from this September 2024. We put in our first higher high, higher low, and guess what happened? We put in a higher high, higher low. That failed, triggered a reversal. Obviously, this was a much, much bigger drop. We don't want to think that, but we want to know, hey, we're in the similar conditions, the similar environment, trend structure, and the potential end of that trend sequence that we've been in is at a part where we can put an end. Okay, so what is the internal structure of that weekly uptrend? The daily higher high, higher low. And if it fails, what can it trigger, right? And that's exactly where we're here. And if we fail below prior day low, then I think things can get a little bit more nasty into November. Before maybe a Christmas rally back again. But, it's good to be aware of that. And from a trend, like market structure perspective, what the market is telling us and what the potential is, right?
Yeah, no, that's great. That's a great observation. I mean, a lot of folks will be like, well, you can't go back that far and say, apply the same pattern going forward. But remember your Elliott wave theory, right? It's that, the institutions and individual behavior are a pattern that do repeat over and over and over and over and over again. So I love that analysis, the way you did that.
Yeah. It's always good to be aware of those multi-time frame structures in order to help us. I mean, it helps me stay aligned with even the larger time frames since I do swing trade, but it's a very repetitive thing that we get. And the more we study things, the more our trading awareness grows.
Yeah, very awesome, man. Well, listen, I know you're gonna go over your trade plan for the day, which is always super awesome. It's great talking to you. Anytime I get the opportunity, I don't know that I'm gonna see you again though till next week. So I do want to wish you a great weekend and enjoyable weekend with family and friends.
Likewise, Jim, right? You take care.
All right. I'm dipping in the chat, everybody. Thanks, Chris.
All right. All right. Good morning, everybody. George, were you the one who was talking to Ish on Tuesday? Sounds like you're back here again. Yeah, a deep higher low can exist. Why can't it? Is it a higher low? You're right. Is it a higher low or not? Yeah. Is it a deep higher low? Then yeah. Hey, morning, everybody. Star, Jay, Carlos, Austin. Yeah, I'm in the West Coast, so I'm up at 5 a.m. I've been in cash in my swing account, Flitch. I did looks like my last quarter here. So I have 3 left. I had 12. My last quarter here might get stopped out here at the lows. And if so, that is going to be a little bit of change in structure, and I'll go over that in a bit. I am well, John. Hopefully you are too. Hopefully everybody's doing well. Good morning. Morning, everybody. We have a lot of people. Morning, Tracy, TY, Video, Starcade, Samuel. Hey, Fractal. Chris, Fisher, Alex, Zachary. Good roll call. Spencer. Nice. All right, so let me go over my trade plan. I'll let this do its thing here. I already did my partials. It might, if we don't get followed through, we don't get followed through, right? So what took place yesterday, right? I have a little bit of time here, so let's go over that. We had this big breakout. Now, I shared that I had a long from right around here, 95. So I had a long here around 95 because we were breaking this daily structure, and it ended up moving higher. We created a SMT at these highs, a divergence between ES and NQ, and then we created a wedge, right? Our classic wedge setup. We failed this uptrend when this wedge setup broke, and it triggered I don't want to call this a failed breakout yet. Some might, but I think where I shared here now on the daily and weekly structure, it may be due to where we are, but sometimes we do see these deep higher lows hold, and then obviously we're in earnings season, so what if earnings come out positive for some stocks, and eventually we'll work our way back up, right? So I don't want to call it a failed breakout yet until we do confirm that, and that'll be under yesterday's low. So yesterday we had that wedge breakdown. I was looking for, I bought an initial low at 25,000. I remember price came down to 25,030 and $30. I bought that. It ended up failing, but I was able to take partials out. And then I bought the low into 800, and I wrote that back up. Now, so we have our first lower low, lower high. Okay. Remember, we have to stick to the current trend in order to allow us to remove our bias and put us in a position where we can be in the present. Okay. So we have our lower low. We bounce into the lower high. To the 9 MA to put in a lower high. If we are to see a continuation lower, we are to reject from here and make new lows, right? If we are not, then what does that structure look like? Well, we can create a higher low. Where can the higher low be put in? Well, wouldn't it make sense that we can see a higher low into this prior resistance area, 960s, 970s-ish? This is where we were stuck, right? We were sort of struggling here, a lot of resistance here, a lot of support here. Wouldn't it make sense, right? So if I go to the 5-minute here, we can see that interaction beautifully. I don't know which one's the word. Yesterday, we saw a pretty big sort of nasty wick lower, right? And it then tried to hold it, failed, it reclaimed it. And then yesterday in the afternoon, it tested that and hit a reversal. So my first trade idea for the day is a bullish reversal here. And that's exactly what I took, right? We had a little bit of RSI divergences down here. Actually took it on the 2-minute. And then we had our lower low, lower high, that reclaimed, and that's what triggered my long, right? So that is this long that you guys see here. And right now it's just moving around, figuring itself out, like, right, like what Mary did, right? We discussed that. We don't need to go over that again. So let's go back to the 4-hour. So if we are potentially seeing a higher low here, then ideally over the next day or so, we can push back up into this recent lower high, the overnight high, and then maybe reject, right? If we fail to lose that, we need acceptance, we need a consolidation at these lows, then we can move down into prior day low, right? It's very simple for me. So a little bit of the same for ES. Look what it's testing again, 67, 18, 25, exactly the same box breakout as NQ, right? So here's ES. We put in a low at 6,700. We hit 6,754. We rejected. If we look at the 5-minute in ES, we did exactly the same thing. I mean, the markets are synchronized very well. We put in a low, bounced, and hey, guess what? We're into that same support level. And right now we're sort of figuring it's figuring itself out, right? So let's go now to the hourly for the trade plan. What was the structure in that bounce last night? It was a 50 EMA wedge consolidation. We moved lower. We're now in an hourly 9 EMA, possibly lower low, and we're possibly bouncing up to create a lower high. So the first scenario that I have is, can we bounce? We're sort of seeing that. Can we put in a lower high into the 9 EMA, maybe back test this breakdown right around here at the weekly open and reject? If we reject, then we can have a little bit more data telling us, hey, sellers are still in control and we may continue lower, right? And that hourly structure helps me understand the intraday path, possibly. If we do reclaim that breakdown, then we can push up back up into that overnight or late afternoon yesterday highs, and then go back test yesterday's breakdown, which would be the next resistance area, right around here, okay? Here to here. So we need to reclaim that to see higher. If we cannot reclaim it, and let's say we remain stuck down here at this 960s area, then we're going to move lower, break lower, and see prior day low. This area is the line in the sand on the larger time frames that we need to hold, or else we do trigger that daily failed breakout. So I would imagine we see one more reversal attempt, and then maybe if that is then sold off, and then we get some acceptance, we know that we are going to get that failed breakout, right? But it's a step-by-step process. Certain things need to happen in order for us to really understand that. For now, where are we? Well, we're back at a support area. Look at this big consolidation here, this box. We had a failed breakdown here, reversal. We're back testing it again. Okay, so living in the present, living in this 9 MA trend, where are we, right? And that's exactly what made me get this long. And this was a deep higher low. It almost stopped us out. It didn't. And I just need to let price do its thing in hopes of reaching my desired target up here on my last position. Okay. And then maybe I'll look for another trade. For ES, I'll go over ES here since some of you guys trade ES. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. We're still good on time. All right. So we had a similar 50 EMA wedge. We are in a 9 EMA lower low, lower high. And we are now, we rejected a little bit, but we're still holding. You can see that we're bouncing back up here. I'm looking at the 5-minute charts here on the right, and we're getting that bounce back up. So maybe we do hold and do a complete back test of the 6740s breakdown area. We can reject from there again, but a reclaim of that will be that we obviously go back to London's high or this overnight high. And we can go back to yesterday's breakdown, which is now main resistance above, and reject a little bit or see what happens then, right? If we cannot hold the 6718, this box support, then we go test prior day low. We can take that out and reverse back up until we form acceptance and we trigger a daily failed breakout. And that can mean like a multi-day sell-off, right? All the way back down to prior week low. I mean, there's just no reason why we couldn't get there at this point. So until, certain things happen, I have to live in the present, even though I may, we obviously, some of us get this idea of, hey, no, we're going to sell off. The market's now selling off. We're going to short it. Well, yeah, but let's take it step by step. Let's align with the current trend in order to help us execute in the present, in our day trades, the best that we can, right? Obviously, we go through stops. I go through stops here all the time with you guys, but I remain committed to my process because over the long term, it helps me make more than what I lose. So that's my morning plan, a little bit longer than usual. Hope that helps. And now we're just waiting to see what happens here, right? That was a perfect reversal here. Pretty much, if we want to see it from a different perspective, this was a consolidation here. We then started a new potential downtrend, or low, lower high, rejected, right? So you can imagine that from that rejection, we want to make new lows. Hey, what happened? We were not able to make new lows, right? We bounced back up, a little bit of consolidation, and then we bounced back up to the 9MA. Then at that point, the 9MA should have rejected back down. And guess what? We did not. So I got long. I mean, I got was a few points late on my entry. My entry should have been 53, 54. I'm in at 57, right? But we do what we need to do. I do not use level 2 or order flow. I do want to learn a little bit of that. Yeah, I've been very open about that. I do like what some of the guys over there, XY, Stowe, and them are looking at. I feel, I have a similar view on the 9MA as XY does. And I mean, we both track that very well. And I think if I could, because put it like this, when I'm looking for, when my rule is met right here, they're already in a long here, right? So obviously, consistently buying those lows may not be fruitful, but they have a good reading of those lows and then they buy them, right? So from my point of view, the business side of things, I am looking to see, hey, what can I make more by putting on a bigger size down here, or putting on half down here and then half at my own rule? And can I make more over time? I think so. So it's worth studying, right? So I'm going to get a little bit of that combined with my own trend structure analysis and studies that I do. Why can't I click on this? There you go. And then see what happens. So let me move this. All right, so here's our trade. Here's the setup. I already took partials over here. A little bit more than usual, just because, in the back of my head, there is that possibility that we can trigger the daily failed breakout. So I want to take more off here in case the rest did come back down. And for now, I'm just going to let price do its thing. Maybe it's wedging up here. And then eventually, hopefully, it bounces back up. Ideally, that's what I'm looking for. If not, if we reject, make new lows, then I will want to see if we can form some acceptance down here and then move lower, and then I'll participate in that breakdown. I don't have a trading Instagram, Jefferson. I really don't use Instagram. I just have X. Oh, I didn't put that, huh? I should put that. Oh no. All right. Oh, and I need this up here. All right. So it's pretty strong. I'm also starting to track gold here for the competition. I have to start trading it. Oh, look at that breakout. What time was that? 5:30. That was not that long ago. Could have been in it. So I'm going to start looking at gold here so I can trade it. I do not use footprint. Yeah, don't forget to sign up for the competition if you haven't. Qualifier 3 is now open. Hey, Toasty Trades, good to see you. The Hands, Adam, Jeff, good to see you. Can I change color on my X, like the cursor, or you mean the text that I have here? Oh yeah, you can hardly see it, huh? Dodger blue? Yeah, that's not bad. Hey, Fabiola. I think the qualifier 2 is already completed, no? Or I don't know if it's full yet. But the 3 is open. I just signed up this week for mine. I'm learning from what they did in qualifier 1, and I'm going to learn from qualifier 2 and put a master plan together. And hopefully it's a good day, right? For that the third. I think I'm on the 3rd. Yeah, the 3rd November. Look at that strong bounce back up. Oh, that's gold. Let's see what ES is doing. Same thing. So if we can hold up here and not reject, for example, we rejected here, sold off, right? If we can now hold, maybe come back to the 50 EMA, the 9 MA, create a higher low, we can get a little bit of a change in character and know that price wants to have follow through, or else we reject back down, right? So ideally, the structure that we want to see now is this, a little bit of acceptance here, a higher low to show that, hey, buyers are stepping up from here to here. So it's just a wait and see if that takes place. But so far, so good. Yeah, let's get those likes up in the meantime. Everybody, if you can. We need to get over 200. Andres, I trade my own capital. I don't trade prop firms. You see resistance at 20? Yeah, maybe. I don't know about that, Gabriel. You're going to have to reach out to Ninja for that. Look at gold. The daily is pretty strong here. It wants prior day high. So maybe I look for an opportunity here in gold as well. Just ignore this message. So for gold, we just broke out of this overnight range. And I'm gonna look for I mean, it's highly leveraged, huh? So I probably need to do, I haven't even done the math. I know it's $10 per point in the MGC. Adam, is that larger green candle right off the lower zone considered the rejection confirmation? Is that large green, this one right here? Right here? The one that closed higher. Okay. Is that, let me read that question again. Is that considered the rejection confirmation? The confirmation for me is the ability to reclaim the 90 MA lower high. It's always that, right? Because I have to remain committed to the trend structure, meaning when we reject lower, we put in a low, we bounced. Yeah, it was strong. And that can give you an indication to say, hey, you know, there's buyers there. But we put in the lower high here, you can see how we hardly rejected it. I mean, there was a little bit of rejection in that candle, and then we reclaimed it. So the ability to reclaim that 9 MA lower high, even though it's very insignificant, right? It's just tiny. You don't see it, but I can see it. That's the confirmation of the reversal. Why? Because if trend structure or market structure says lower low, lower high, lower low, but we change that, what does that trigger now? Higher high, higher low, higher high, right? So that for me, that is the confirmation from a candle perspective. Now you can say, hey, maybe on the order flow there was something here to confirm that, but for me, that's what it is. But look at that, beautiful. It doesn't have to close above the 9 MA. It obviously closing above it is better. All right, let's see what we get here. The market is now open. And ideally, we want this to consolidate. Wow, look at that. Beautiful. I'll take that all day. Hopefully, we can hold up here now, right? Create something like this and then push up to my targets. So far, healthy action. We're now bouncing into the hourly 9 MA. ES is all the way back up to 43, so it is stronger. Look, it's back testing that breakdown, right? NQ is not even there yet. So there's a little bit of divergence, but so far scenario 1 is working out for both. Scenario 1.2 is the ability to reclaim 43 in ES, take us back up to 65, and NQ reclaim this 60s area to take us back up higher. So if we can do that, fantastic. If not, we'll find resistance and reject, and maybe we just have a consolidation morning. Okay, but it's just now I just have to wait and see what we can get. Let's look at some swing stocks, right? While we wait. Tesla, glad I closed that, gapping down. Yeah, the nine. I use the 9 MA. 9 MA. It's similar here, but hey, disciplined trader, welcome. Yeah, you're at a good place. Yeah, the 9 MA is pretty much where I live. You track that sequence, that structure around it. Look, any time frame that you go to, it'll always track that. So you want to. So for gold here, we broke out of this. Can we create a higher low here, wedge up, and then see higher, right? I mean, I really haven't done any analysis on it, but I'm just applying my own analysis of the markets to gold. I do swing trade gold, but I just never have day traded it. And I'm just gonna wait for NQ here. Can we get a push up higher? What's the market doing? Let's look at some stocks, yeah. All right, so here comes that rejection. Let's see if we can hold. And then let's keep track. Should I do the 2-minute in gold as well? What do you guys think? Let's do that. Look at that. There was a beautiful 9 MA reversal here. That was right here. That yielded a fantastic breakout. Oh, what time was that? 5:30 in the morning. I could have been in that. I'll track it here. All right, let's watch it. Yeah, video arcade. That's awesome. I mean, so far so good in ES and NQ. They're holding really well. ES is holding this test here at 67.43. I mean, not, you know, it's we're rejecting from it, but we still need to see if it'll hold here or not. So let's go back to MNQ. What do I mean by 9 EMA reversal? My 9 EMA reversal, I'll talk on GC while we look at gold, while we look at NQ. When the trend along the 9 EMA ends, lower low, lower high, lower low, if we're into a support area, which I see this as support area, this 41.12, can we look, you know, can I look for a reversal there? And what would be my trigger? Well, typically 90-day downtrends or uptrends end when we put in two lower lows, lower highs. So we're lower low, lower high, lower low. There is 20% of the time where we do put in a third and final low, and then we reverse. But what essentially I'm doing is I'm waiting for the trend on this time frame to end, and then take the reversal of that as we come into support. The idea here is that I'm buying a lower time frame. I'm buying a higher time frame pullback to support, and then I'm using a lower time frame entry to manage risk on the reversal or bounce from that idea. Look at NQ, guys. Beautiful. We are up 100 points here. Just fantastic. Hopefully we can get back up to 100. So far, so good. ES is reclaiming. Let me look at, I'll go back to that in a second, guys. But ES is reclaiming 43. It looks like it wants to go back up to this London high, overnight high. If we can hold, we can target 67.60s. NQ is back into that breakdown. If we can break right back through that, then we officially confirm the higher low here. And then from here, possibly what I'm thinking here is that we can sort of chop around and then move up higher, right? That'll be maybe another day. Or if it's strong today, then we can see a push up higher from there. But so far, scenario 1 is playing out perfectly. Now we look to transition into scenario 1.2. We want to see price hold here, not get sold off, and then push higher. For ES, the same. Can it consolidate here and then push up higher? Okay. Pretty straightforward, right? And then I get to just sit in this and see if I can I do want to take a little bit more partials off. Let me see if I can take one off. Okay, so I took one off out of the 3 that I have left here at 4R. And then I can sit more comfortably in my long here. And then you know what I want to do here is, can I change this to 1? How do I change that? I can't edit. Maybe this. I don't think I've ever edited. Here, let me do this. Let me do. I'll do that, and then I'll put my stop. At this point, I'll put my stop at break even. And then if we can get up to 5 point, maybe 5R, I'll take more off. Look at that. Oh, gosh, I wish I was long in this in my swing account. That would be fantastic. Yo, Shab. Learning and earning, all right? That's what the Thursday segments are called. What's my advice on trading pre-market? Look, I am a very location-dependent trader. I trade where I need to trade in the location that I plan, right? So that can happen an hour before the market opens, and I have to trade that. Because where am I managing risk? In a certain area. So I have to be available in that certain area. All right, let's see here. This has been a great week. Yes, Miss H. I plan my trades and I trade my plan. I am a robot. I can see that fly there. I just I'll take the stop. You know, I can't sort of like for me for my own approach. If I were to say I need to be deep in the money to hold through the open, I am putting my own. Hey Brian, I am putting my own feelings. But again, if your data tells you this, fantastic, right? But for myself, if I say I'm gonna close it uh because there's not enough cushion, then I'm sort of no longer trading the chart, right? I have to trade the chart. Okay, so for gold, we're starting to form a wedge here. Now, guys, if I have a loss here in gold, again, I'm just testing it out, right? I'm not. Please know what my intentions here are. I'm okay with going through stops here. I'm trying to learn how to trade gold to get me ready for the competition. Oh, maybe it won't get me that next partial, but that's fine. I'll just sit through this. Let's see gold. Let's see the 5 minute on gold. Oh, gold may want prior day high. Let's see how many. I have 3 contracts here. Let's see if we can consolidate it here a little bit more. On the 5 minute in gold, we just have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candle consolidation. There is an aggressive entry in gold here, right here. But I'm not looking for aggressive entries as I'm not familiar with it yet. Let's see what some stocks are doing. Wow, crowd so strong. Meta strong. MU strong. Netflix weak. Microsoft pretty flat. Nvidia little red. All right, here we think this is breaking out in gold. What do we think here, guys? I think so, right? Looks like it. Kind of wanted to see another rejection here and then see if we could put in a higher low and then break out. But I might miss it here. I do think it wants prior day high here. It wants to take that out. Very strong from that overnight consolidation. Oh, look at NQ go. Can it take me out here on this next exit? There's gold. Oh, awesome. So I got taken out on another contract here in NQ. I need to change this to one contract. Fantastic. This is a pretty great trade here, if I'd say so myself. We hit our targets from the trade plan. Let me share that again. Look at that. Beautiful. Just fantastic. So scenario one was, can we create a higher low here at 67.18, bounce, reject that 43? We did not. We reclaimed that. So we now transferred or transitioned to 1.2, and we're seeing that push into 65.70. Okay. Yesterday's breakdown. NQ, we were looking for a higher low. We did that. Can we reject at the breakdown area of this overnight consolidation? We did not. So now we transitioned into scenario 1.2. Ideally now, any sort of rejection here, we want to see it hold, create a higher low, and then push out to this 230s area in NQ. That would be the next sort of resistance on a hold of this 110 area, okay? So we may see some consolidation here now, but everything's according to plan, and we just continue to sit in this, take partials along the way and pay ourselves, right? That's what it's about. All right, getting a little bit of rejection here. Oh, look at that, gold. I'm glad I waited. So that's a higher low I wanted to see here. So now ideally this holds and maybe creates a little consolidation and then moves up higher, but I need sort of like a picture perfect setup in gold here in order for me to trade. Oh, look at NBIS. I did want to buy that. I need my stocks. Let's see. What a strong push, guys. We all making our points. We long. And we just got to ride this, right? Like there's just no reason to consider taking partials. Thanks, Tracy. Trump to make an announcement at 3 p.m. Brenda, it just practice holding longer. Trade on a sim account or a demo account, and then just practice holding longer, right? I know, look, if scalping is doing really well for you, hey, fantastic. But if you want to hold trades longer, then you have to create a habit or have it be part of your strategy to hold longer. And then when you don't hold longer, you are breaking the rule of following your strategy, right? Frame it like that. Look at that, beautiful here. Can we get to 200 points? 300 points? Find out next week. Gold is just hanging around. What's ES doing? ES is fantastic. Look at this beautiful push. All right, but What a reversal here. I feel like I need to be long some stocks. What's going on? Meta. I'm glad I'm long Meta. Beautiful here. Let's see. I need to look at some other stocks. What's growth doing? MP. Quantum. Oh, I thought Quantum was going to be gapping up because of the Trump news that came out yesterday. Look, just when you thought the semis were about to sell off yesterday, look at this reversal. Beautiful. I mean, now the semis are putting a very healthy consolidation up here that may want to see higher prices. So can we get to 200 points, guys? Fantastic. Gold is not doing anything anymore. I'm gonna just wait it out and see what happens here. It's teasing me. What's Tesla doing? Not interested in it. Crowd so strong. This weekly breakout and crowd is going to be beautiful. I do want to add to this. We have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 week consolidation. Okay, we're above 200 points in our runners here. Beautiful. We couldn't ask for anything better. The trade plan is working out. So ES and NQ both moving into scenario 1.2. We're into that breakdown area. Can we reject from here? NQ is a little bit weaker. We're not exactly there yet, but hey, we're making our points, right? That's all that matters. All right, so ES is at resistance, so I'm kind of tempted here to close NQ. What are we at? We're at probably 7R on those runners. Do I want to close it? Do I want to close it? We are at resistance in ES. I think it's gonna, I'll do this. I'll close it and then I'll look for another trade. Let's see. I'll trail my stop to below the candle, last candle high. Okay. I'll be a little bit aggressive on that. So then if we get another candle that goes higher, I'll move my trailing stop up. Yeah, we're really a little bit overbought. We do have some divergences here on the 2 minute. So let's see what we get. I mean, this is at 7R now, 7 point something. Yeah, which is a beautiful trade. Gold is did not want to go down here. So that was a failed breakout. Here's your wedge. Oh, that's exactly what I was looking for. Oh well, was not focused on it. Oh, that's not what I want. So this would have been the entry here, stop here. All right, let's see if we can push up to a new high here. ES is at resistance here. It is notable resistance, so I'm wondering if we will sell off or not. Look at that. All right, so we have a new high here. So I'm going to trail my stop to below this candle low. And then I'll do that again for the next candle. Well, 210 points. Fantastic. I mean, my morning is done here. Prior week highs, where is that? Oh, yeah, it wants prior week highs here. It's so close, 179. Like, we're up 210 points. I'm going to add back my gross. Yes, it still can't reclaim that. We do have a divergence here. Yes, you see how ES rejected and Q has a new high. So there's a divergence here between the indices. All right, we have a new candle higher. So I'm going to trail this stop even higher a little bit more to under that candle low. I mean, not much, but I'm just trading. I'm trailing the low of each 2-minute candle. Yeah, guys, like it up, please. We have 1,000 in here. Share it, send it to everybody, to your group, you know, your group. Tell them, you know, we create plans here and then we trade them, right? It's that simple. We do what we say we're going to do. And we do it every day. All right, we may be getting some rejection. ES is still selling off from there. Look, it's not selling off, but you can't. That's resistance, right? I've been over that. So I'm gonna move my stop up once more below this candle closest if it holds. If not, I'll get taken out right around here, around 200, 190 points. Fantastic trade, right? I couldn't have asked for more. Yes, rejecting more. Look at this. That's a strong level. We have to respect that, right? I have to respect that. We're at a strong area and I need to manage my runners here. It's just beautiful trade, beautiful execution, beautiful management. What else? What else can we ask for? And this is what I was talking to Jim about, guys. Hey, volatility is higher. The intraday ranges are wider. We should put ourselves in the opportunity to capture the type of moves that we can see on the intraday time frame, right? So in letting my runners run, I do love some tacos, but in letting our runners run, we capture a lot of that daily's candle range, and we want to do that consistently to make sure that we make more than what we lose, right? Like the 7R runner here that I have R is creating cushion for my next stop, right? That's how I see these runners. They're working for me. They're providing cushion. So when I do take a stop, well, guess what? My runners took care of that, right? And GC, I mean, gold is stuck here. I'm glad I have not placed any trades. Yeah, guys, the risk reward indicator here that you see on the right is shared in the chat. The link is provided to you. Looks like I'm gonna get stopped out here on my runner. Yes, sold off from resistance. So let's see if NQ rejects here a little bit more. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. UPRO? What's UPRO doing? All right, so I am going to trail my stop even more. Should I keep it here or should I move it to the next candle already? No, I'll keep it here. Let's see what happens. Oh, that looks like a reversing candle. Do I want to short now? That is the question. All right, guys. And that completes, I think, my longest trade on the stream. That runner got 7R, which was just fantastic. Now, oh, I got a little bit of a love there. So from here on out, now I wait to see if we can hold here above 110s, form acceptance, and then get that move into 260s, 250s, which is that next resistance area, right? And I'll just sit in this. Gold is struggling up here. I feel like nice bounce in the markets, though. All right, so now it's just wait and see to see what else we can get. In the meantime, I'm going to be looking at stocks here to see what they're doing. Oh, snow. That thing keeps going. And then maybe south, maybe we need ES to really reject, but that was a pretty big reversal, guys. So I'm thinking that we do hold. But let's wait it out and see what happens here. I mean, that was just a beautiful reversal from yesterday's daily higher low. So what today was a higher low against that. Let me bring the 4-hour here. So NQ here, this is a pretty big rejection. Sorry, reversal from here. So what this morning's pullback was a higher low, a higher low against this low, right? Therefore, we can now continue to see higher prices back up to 250s. But we don't know if, due to the pretty extended move that we got here, if this can hold here or reject, maybe creates a higher low and then pushes up. But either way, I got stop. My trailer took a stop and I'm okay with that. Now I wait for the next setup, right? But I'm probably going to take it a little bit slow. That was a great trade. ES is still struggling at this 65, 70 area. This was that big breakdown from yesterday. Here's the hourly. So we broke out of this wedge, this consolidation. This is the first back test here. and we rejected a little bit. So here's the 5-minute chart, just rejection. Since then, now we want to see, hey, can we hold a pullback, right? Can we create a higher low and then form some acceptance up here, and then maybe we see higher? If so, that's what I'm interested in trading. But now that we're at resistance, I sort of want to take it easy, right? Because we can reject back down and then maybe see if we bounce. So NQ did not exactly get there. It did get to prior week highs, which is right here. And then it failed to really reclaim and go higher. If we do reclaim that, then we can see that 230s, 250s breakdown area and then reject, right? Get some resistance. Now we want to see higher lows come in and hold. What's gold doing? Maybe ready to break out here? I mean, that's a pretty nice consolidation in gold. Oh, look at that. Gold higher, long gold, short NQ. What's the move here? Pretty choppy up here. ES remains a little bit weak against this resistance area. What's 2.1? 2.1, 2.1 is why are we talking about 2.1? 2.1 is all the way down here. Price needs to have another incredible reversal back down to consider 2.1, right? For both ES and NQ. But we just did not, we're in 1.2 right now. We need to lose, to go back to scenario 1, we need to lose 43 in ES. And NQ, we need to lose 60s. Okay, I had a sneeze there. So, all right. ES remains weak. You know, I could have shorted that as well. I kind of wanted to. That would have been, but it's okay. That would have been this trade here. NQ a little bit lower from our exit here. Fantastic trade though, huh, guys? Now we just wait and see. Bar, gosh, sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Bargav Shukla. No, it's just me today. Thanks for popping in here. I was long. I closed it up here. 200-point long. Fantastic. The business duck is fired. Bargab. Again. Oh, gold is finally getting that push. I took my eyes off it. That's it's going for Pride Day high now. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit hard to look at all these markets, huh? For the competition. Oh well. Still weak. Yes. Still lower. I mean, that was a fantastic resistance area. Hopefully maybe some of you guys are short there. Look at that. Beautiful. You got getting your points. Yeah, I don't know, Bargav. I don't know why it's your messages are not going through. Look at that. Man, beautiful. Should have taken a short, huh? Who was I thinking? Or what was I thinking? I don't know, Harvey. Let's see. If I would have taken this short, been right here. When I stop up here, it's moving. Great exit though, huh? On that runner. Hey, Nautilus, where you been? You just missed our morning trade. I'm drinking a special drink. Short here with an entry trigger FOMO and stop loss. I haven't traded the qualifier. Mine is on November 3rd. Nice. I'm glad you guys are. Oh, you got long at 59 in ES. Where is it? Oh, you got long at 59? Why so what was it that got you long there, my friend? You got long at 59 right here? Why up here? That is the question. You got long at the end of the uptrend. You want to make sure that you position yourself either at the break of a consolidation or at support for a long, not when we're into resistance. All right, so NQ, back testing this 110 area. This is the first support area that we want to see hold. Now, can we wedge up? And then maybe at this point, we can get that move into, stop it, into what was that, 230s to 260s, right? Yesterday's breakdown. If not, then this will break lower. Okay. Yeah, as long as you learn, right? If we don't earn, we're learning. Could another entry point have been the pullback after my entry? Yes. This reversal here triggered a 90-minute reversal, lower low, lower high. The reclaim of this could have been used as the new entry. My entry was right here. Okay, so now I'm watching here NQ. I'm open for another trade here, but what I want to see is some acceptance, some consolidation here. ES did get a strong rejection from that resistance area. That was the ideal spot to short. If you took that short here, you're making your points. It's at 1.5 R. If I'm talking to those in my group who trade my process. So if you took ES, you're at 1.5 R. You partialed out, and you're getting paid. All right, NQ doing much better. Tech is stronger. Let's see. I mean, ES is doing what we wanted to do. It's back down. Oh, this is ES. Let me remove this. It's back down into that 43 area. So we can hold here and create a higher low. When I say higher low, against the sort of area here, right? Swing high, swing higher low. And then from here, can we create a structure that can be conductive for higher prices? For NQ, I mean, ES is just weaker since that rejection up here. I mean, that was the spot. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful rejection. NQ is a little bit range bound. It's stronger, right? We're seeing a lot of strength in tech still. Semis had a night. Oh wow, crowd. Beautiful. I'm so glad I have that. Oh, what's pawn doing? Oh, pawn. What a reversal back up. Should have kept that one. Let's see. Just looking at my swings, guys, while I wait. Mixed market still. All right, so ES has officially backtested this 43 area. We have a little bit of divergence here. So now this is where we want to see, hey, can we bounce and then create a wedge, right? If not, we sell back down. And if we're selling back down, it's just a big old range that we're in. I mean, right now, guys, we're living inside yesterday's daily candle. And if we break yesterday's low, then we trigger a daily failed breakout. But anyways, how are you guys doing? I'm just waiting here. There's no setup for me. Fantastic short if you caught that at those highs. I should have been on it, but that was also fantastic long that I caught, right? So like it made some good money. No official merchandise, Harvey. Question here. Do you have a set number of points you use for your stop or based on structure? It's based on structure. What now, say over time, I've analyzed what my average stop is, and it's around 25 to 30 points to 35 points in NQ. And this is, but it's based on structure, right? So that must tell me something. And so therefore now in the back of my head, I already know that my average stop is going to be 30 points in NQ, 60 points if VIX is higher. But it's based on structure. Why is it based on structure? Because you want to make sure that you are aligned with the trend that is taking place. If I enter here, right here, if I enter, for example, here, and then I have my stop here, well, guess what? This move lower here, oh, that's not what I want. This move lower here stopped you out, right? But you can see that support was never, like the actual low of the support was never invalidated down here. That's what kept me in my long. I kept my stop down here. And pretty much what this tells you is that until we make a new low, this is support. And we created a deep higher low and bounce. If we were to break in lower, then at that point, the structure changes and we can see lower lows, lower highs. So it's always market related. You made enough today? Fantastic. What logo in the back? The Ninja, the NT? We are living in that one Friday's inception candle for almost 2 weeks. Yeah, are we still in that? Let's see. Yeah, we're still inside that Friday's candle range. Yeah. It's just mean reversion inside that, right? That's what you have to think. All right, so ES completely rejected from that 65-70 zone. I don't know why I was not more on it to short that. I should have, right? I should have. But look at that beautiful rejection. I mean, here's the 5-minute here. We rejected right from there. We're now back at 43. So look, we're right in the middle. Here's our lows. Here's our highs. No, it's this one, right? We're at 50% pullback from the morning's move. So, and it's also at 67.43. Can we hold, bounce, and then build structure to say, hey, we want to move back up higher? If not, we fail here and eventually come back lower, right? Those are the only two scenarios here. For NQ, the same. Do we have that here? Not exactly 50% back, but we are at the 100 area. So can we bounce, create structure here that says, hey, we want to go back up higher? Or do we break lower and then come back down to 960s? That's it. Very, very simple. So now I need to wait for a setup here that can help me manage risk on a new long idea or short idea, because I did not catch the short from here, right? And I'm okay with that. So it's just a waiting game now for me, guys. I need to wait to see if we do hold this. We have a lower low, lower high, lower low. Can we bounce up, create a higher low, right? Change that structure, then create a little bit of a wedge, and then break out higher. So if we can get something like that, then maybe I consider a new long up here. But until we do that, I just have to wait for that structure to appear so I can have my setup. Florida was great, Dr. John. It was a fantastic time with everybody, meeting everybody. Felt inspired, right? Came back inspired and excited to get back to the markets and get better. It was a great, great time. And that short was great. Oh, what was that? Look at that. So it looks like we do want to hold. So now we're changing the structure here. We have a lower low, lower high, lower low. We do have a divergence here with NQ. With Delta. Look at this. We created equal lows while price created a lower low here. Low, lower high, lower low. That was a divergence. So I missed that. In our side, we did not have a divergence. You can see how I used Delta here. Delta did not make a new low while price did, and that gave you an indication of a reversal setting up. So now, hey, we have the information to tell us, okay, we're holding this 100 area zone. Yes, it's holding that 43 zone, right? Now, can we look for higher prices? Yes. So what I want to see now is a wedge here to then help me engage on a new long, which can be a move up into that 250s, 260s area. Okay. So I need to wait for that now. How do I manage trails once your first is hit? I typically, depending on the structure, I'll hold it for. No, it's not the same thing, Flitch. RSI and Delta are completely different things. However, there are moments like what we just saw now, where there can be divergences in Delta where it does not make a new low. The participants inside of that, right, are not as aggressive down here, and then price did make a new low, and we got that indication of a reversal when Delta did not make a new low with price. So I've probably started using Delta this year. Gold just not doing anything good here. I think for gold, I may wait for reversals. Let's see. Was there any Delta divergence in ES? No. MDB looks really good. All right, so we're bouncing, we're holding. Can we form a wedge here now and give me the setup, or create a setup that can help me engage in a new long here? That is what we're waiting on. Fantastic morning trade though. I use, that's a good question. I use the 20 and the 50 EMA, and then the 9 MA in yellow, it's a SMA. I do that because the trend sequence that I follow, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, follows the 9 MA extremely well. The 9 EMA does not track this sequence the way the 9 SMA does. So for that reason, I have to stick to the SMA on the 9 moving period, but the 20 and the 50 EMA for the rest. Okay, so we're getting a little bit of a rejection. What I want to see now is a potential wedge here in order to really signify some acceptance, right? That we are going to be able to hold, meaning we saw the low here, we saw the reversal. Can we create a higher low? And then that is what sort of starts to build that structure to then confirm a new setup for a long, right? If one is not already long from this reversal that we just saw here. So I'm going to wait to see if we can get that. Again, for the 9 MA, I prefer SMA over EMA. And that's just me. The 9 EMA can work perfectly for you, but for me, where I live inside a trend structure, the 9 EMA doesn't track these higher lows as perfect as the SMA. Look at this. These are perfect higher lows into the 9 SMA. The 9 EMA would be, I wish there was like a drawing. The 9 EMA would be too close to price, and those higher lows would trick you. Right? For example, let's say the 9 EMA is tracking here and you create a higher low here and you think, okay, that's the higher low, and you possibly get long, and guess what? The next candle comes back down, stops you out, and then it can continue higher, right? So if I wait for the SMA instead, you can see that we have a perfect higher low here into the 9 MA, and then I can use that as a reference point for new potential trades or stops. So that's why I use the SMA. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to take down my nightlight. So my face doesn't look yellow. You guys just hear those alarms, huh? They're not as loud as they used to be, so that's kind of good. All right. Thanks, Ivan. I'm glad this what I do helps, what I share helps. So we're just consolidating sideways. Gold is not doing anything. We have ES here, who's just a little bit sideways. We want to see more structure build up here, guys, for me to engage in a new potential long, right? This can just be chop, and I'm not looking to, after that big morning trade, if I can stay off the buy button for a bit, then great, right? We need to see what happens here, and that's what we're doing. Price is figuring itself out, like someone we know. And as we, through that structure, through that process of figuring itself out, you build a cocoon, and then you break away from this cocoon and you become, right? I won't get into much into that, but what that cocoon represents is a box, okay? Or a wedge. The cocoon completes, and then you can have a breakthrough, right? Breakthrough, and price follows through. Fantastic. So it's just a waiting game. Jose, I didn't say it. You said it, okay? Oh, fantastic. Look at that. Our winner here for the Herman Miller chair just received it by call Sharshembib. Hopefully I said that right. A fantastic congrats to him for winning the chair. Let us know how it is. What is a position tracker on Ninja called? That's what it is called, position tracker. If you guys can share a link on the chat that is available for you guys. See if I can find it. There is a link available for you guys to, yeah, there you go. Thank you. So if you guys want the position tracker that I have up here, it tells you, I've customized it where it doesn't show me the dollars. I don't want to look at that. I rather look at the points. And so you can modify it to however you want, and you'll constantly have a look at the dollars you're risking and making. All right, so we're pushing up a little bit higher. We didn't exactly get that wedge structure that I wanted to see, so there's no long entry here for me. Yes, it's still kind of stuck here. Let me bring that over here. Oh, that's not what I want. Here's ES. ES has more of that structure here, but it's lagging a little bit. Maybe we do break out of here, but there's not enough structure here for me to sort of engage in. It's just right now, it's just dancing around sideways. NQ is stronger. It's leading. And if you're long, then hopefully it goes for you. But I have to continue to wait here. It's just not enough of a structure here for me to engage. But look at that, beautiful. Let's see what the 15-minute is doing. Yes, it's just kind of stuck here. So it needs to get going. I need more data here for me to engage again. It's just not enough. And I'm happy with my exit. But if we can hold here, right? So let's say we do hold here and NQ is getting ready to break out. I want to see some structure up here then, and then a push up higher. That would give me a better idea here. There's more clarity that price does want to push up into that 260s area. I don't have that structure here for me to sort of engage in that long to try and look for that. So I just have to wait. Wow, look at pawn. Fantastic. I should have held that. Crowd, just fantastic breakout today in crowd. Look at that, beautiful. Okay, so NQ's going here. Let's see, no structure for me to engage, so no new long for me. I did miss this, I'm kind of bummed out. I missed this delta divergence. Oh, that would have been perfect. All right, so let's see if you guys are still long from this morning, see if it goes up to that 260s area. Look at that, strong. You guys long? I mean, that's where we wanted to see price hold, right? The 43 in ES right here. And we're seeing that sort of bounce back up. And then NQ at 100, 110s, 100 area. So we saw that. Not exactly the structure that I wanted to engage in a new long. So I have to skip this, right? And just wait to see if now at this point, we do form some acceptance up here and then higher. What a market though, huh, guys? Wow, semis are on fire. Semiconductors possibly a new leg up here as we enter November. So far, it's been a correction through time. All right, so who's long now? Hey, Mike. Yeah, I was long. You might have missed the morning. I was long from here, and then I took my last partial exit right here. So I caught 7R on that trade. And then we hit resistance for ES and NQ, and then I closed it, and then we pulled back into support. Yeah, fantastic. We pulled back into support, and I didn't get that wedge structure that I wanted for a new long. So I'm sort of just sidelines here. I wanted some structure here, some better structure here, but it's just been stronger, and we're seeing higher. So I have to wait to see what else we get. Long from 67.45. That was a fantastic entry. What did you take? Oh, you just bought that low, huh? ES is struggling. NQ's leading here. That the chart in NQ where I see the divergence, this is a 2-minute time frame. The divergence here in delta is here on the 2-minute. 90 higher low would have been a good buy here as well. Are you still long, Mike? Or are you close to it as well? You pulled the trigger on a short. Hopefully it pays you, Jerry. Where do we see the highs reaching? 25,200. I see higher. I would say 250s is the next area of resistance. But we have a pretty big divergence here. NQ is already at new highs. ES is not. ES is really, needs to get back above this 65, 70 area. That is a big resistance area. NQ is leading. Just very strong actioning in NQ. So let's see what happens here. I was waiting for a wedge structure. We did not get that. What did we get instead? We created sort of like a higher low here and then continuation. I need that wedge to help me engage in a directional long if I'm not in a reversal long, right? So I did not buy this reversal long. I missed this delta divergence. And so there was no wedge set up for me to take long. So I have to wait on this. Right. And you have to remember that, look, it's even though you plan for something, and I mean, I already caught a fantastic long, so I'm not stressed out about it. But when you are looking for a fresh long and you're waiting for your rules to be met and they're not, then you just have to wait it out. Because what can that mean? It may mean that this potential move higher is a failed breakout, and then we would come back down. Right? I want to be in a sustainable trend, and I need to wait for a certain structure that provides that sustainable trend. And if it does not form, then for me, there's a higher probability that the trend that comes out of this consolidation will not have a sustainable move. And therefore, if it does not have a sustainable trend, then as a trend follower, I'm not missing out on anything. Does that make sense? So I need to wait for my specific structures because I know those create the most sustainable trends over time. And I'll just wait for that over and over again. ES is back down a little bit. It's just much weaker than NQ here. But whatever this is, regardless, it's still bullish structure. We're above the 43 zone, which we bounced from. This is a correction through time. So as long as this holds, as long as NQ holds 110s, this is still bullish price action. The chart above doesn't show divergence as the one in the middle. What do you mean by that? This is one chart. Yeah, you have to break that down for me, Santiago. Yes, Mike. Inverse head and shoulders is what that wedge structure can be. You see 3 charts. 2 are NQ and 1 is RSI. I see what you mean. So I think you mean instead of charts, you mean panels? Because this is all one chart for me. So maybe you mean panels. Yes, I do agree there are 3 panels. Above is NQ. This is delta. This is not NQ. And then RSI. Yeah. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. So I get your question now. This is delta, and there's a divergence here. It did not make new lows while price did. RSI did make new lows. That's pretty much the difference here. Price made new lows here. Delta did not. RSI did. I missed that delta divergence. That would have helped me catch a reversal long from this area. Gold's doing a whole lot of nothing, but it looks constructive here. I don't like that it chops a lot. Yeah, cumulative volume delta. I'm not the best at explaining that. I'll let Stowe explain that. He loves explaining delta, so be sure to ask him. Oh, God. Just want a sneezing attack. A rising wedge on the daily and NQ. Hold up. I have to sneeze again, guys. Okay. I don't see a rising wedge. Oh, I see what you mean. No, I wouldn't call it that. I mean, so far we're holding here. We're holding that higher low, right? Which is what we wanted to hold. So as long as this can continue, we can push back up to 250s, then possibly reject. If we hold, then higher to new all-time highs. If not, but it's just getting tighter and tighter. A new wedge here forming on the daily. Oh, and gold finally breaking out. I saw this wedge here. Yeah, look at that. I missed that. I have 2 weeks to trade it though, so I'll be fine. All right, well, look at NQ go. It is not waiting for me for a new long. ES is still stuck into that high. NQ is strong. I need to be long some stocks here. Wow, what a move in semis. What a move, what a move. So I'm just gonna have to wait here, guys. There was no structure here for me to get long. I missed this reversal long, and so I have to live with that. But hopefully you guys are making your points now. My morning might be one trade on this big reversal that I caught here. and wait and see what else we get here. Gold is sticking. It's awesome. Thank you. I'm glad what I share helps. All right, but let's get those likes up, guys. Help us out. Let's get to 400 if we can. It was a fantastic long. I missed. Let's see. I have not been. Where's my stop? Right here, right? So it's up around 30 points from where I got off after capturing 195 points. So I'm okay with that. That was a beautiful long. Just did not miss this divergence down here to take on a new trade, and so I have to wait. But that's a great morning. I hope it was a great morning for all of you. It's been a great week. And I think we'll see a little bit of rejection back down here. Maybe back down here and then create the structure that I'm looking for. But we have a pretty big divergence here between ES and NQ. We have a lower high in ES. And then NQ a higher high. So that can lead to a rejection back down a bit. Five-minute wedge in ES. Let me see. No, I don't see that. I mean, I've been waiting for that. I don't see it exactly. Thanks, Squirrel Mom. Yeah, nice, Mike. It's just those support buys, right? Those are the main money makers. Fantastic, Mike. Hopefully everybody made their points. We had a fantastic rally in the open. Price is back to where I exited my last partial. So we, essentially have been sideways since I closed my long this morning. I mean, I was pretty much done in the first hour, right? My long was at 40 minutes before the market opened. And then I closed it at 30 minutes in. So my morning was pretty short. And we're back at where I closed it, essentially not doing anything. So this is what I talked about, right? If I can leave one last message here. We didn't form that wedge structure that I was looking for here, which typically is what creates a more sustainable trend, okay? Because the move away from here means that we can have a new 9MA higher high, higher low, higher high uptrend. When we don't create the wedge structure, we don't contract enough where we then create energy for that move. So we can see a little bit of that. Obviously, we still did see higher prices, but we can see how there was no real follow through here above this high, right? If this is the high here, it's been a sort of a choppy uptrend. We broke out marginal new highs, and then we're it's very sluggish. So that's usually an indication that the construction prior to this move was not mature. It did not consolidate enough to create the energy needed for a new 9MA uptrend. Instead, what happened here? Instead of this wedge structure that I was looking for, that usually creates sustainable trends, we sort of started running from the bottom here, right? Higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. So you can imagine that by the time it goes and makes new intraday highs, the trend from this low is sort of tired and exhausted. And you can, again, have an idea that it's already exhausted by the time it gets a new high. And it most likely going to come back down and remain in this overall consolidation. However, let's say if it did create a long enough consolidation where we did get a wedge, something like this, then we would have enough energy to create a new 90-minute uptrend and have strength in that push higher, right? But we didn't get that. And that's why I say, hey, I'm okay missing the move because my structure did not form. My setup, my rules weren't triggered. And therefore, most of the time, I will miss this. And sometimes, like today, it won't generate anything. And that's because of the rules, right? Sometimes it'll go and that's okay. I'll miss it. But this is a good example of how my structure didn't form that can create sustainable trends. A sustainable trend did not manifest. We took at this high, and by the time this high was taken out, this trend was already exhausted, right? That's a good technical view of that. So that's my last lesson for the day. It was a fantastic morning, guys. We learned and earned. Same on Tuesday. Really, this whole week has been great. Great market conditions for us to get a little bit more volatility and these larger expansion candles from the daily time frame. And so the divergence here between ES, look at that. ES, no new high. NQ did make a new high. And now both rejecting. It's just means a little bit more consolidation to take place. But look, this is all a correction through time. As long as, oh, there he is. I got to stop.
Hey,
I got to
Chris.
stop, guys.
I didn't want to break up your thought. What's up, brother? How are you?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Just chilling.
You in this long from the lows too, or well, I'm out of mine, but
yes, I'm long from 44 on ES.
oh, nice on that bounce, right as it started
Yeah.
bouncing.
Yeah, I got in a little early, at like 10:15. Ended up getting stopped on that, but I got back in after we retested the RTH Open and kind of scaled out. I got one left. We're fighting with this 59.60 spot, which is
Yeah,
a pretty it was kind of like this is where I wanted today to get to. So I don't really have any more plans for this trade. But if we can accept back up in here, we can get back to like 75, I guess would be awesome. But it's not a very common thing for a Thursday to rip face. So I don't have my hopes too high.
yeah.
But yeah.
Well, great trade.
Thanks, man.
Hopefully it goes higher. I mean, it really does need to reclaim this high 60s here.
Yeah. NQ definitely, like you were saying, NQ is definitely strong today.
Yeah.
So if it can drag ES up with it, that would be awesome.
Yeah. We'll see. It's been a little bit of chop in the afternoons due to the earnings. I mean, yesterday was a nice drop. You catch that?
No, I did not. I think I got some longs yesterday, and then yeah, no, I didn't get much of the drop. It's harder for me to because I'm traveling, I'm without like some of my tool. It's I'm not very great at the short side anyways, but even beyond that, it's extra hard without some of my tools. So
it is. I faced that when we were in Naples. It's just not the same.
no, definitely not the same. Poor XY was trading without his DOM and everything. That was crazy.
Yeah.
But the other thing too, I try to take it extra easy when I'm on vacation or traveling or doing something, because there's no quicker way to ruin a vacation than losing a bunch of money doing dumb stuff. So
right. And it's in the morning, so then you start your day and you have to go through things and family or whatever you're doing, and you're like,
Yep.
"Ah, yeah, I already lost money today."
Yes.
I get you.
So,
All right, my
yeah,
friend.
Well,
I'm outta
good
here.
to see you, brother.
Likewise, kill it the rest of the session. All right.
Thanks, homie. I will.
You guys in the chat, take care. Great morning. Fantastic long we caught. 195 points, and I called it a day or morning.
That is sick. That is sick, dude.
All right. Take care, man. You guys have a great weekend.
All right, peace, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, chat. What is up? Hey, Tracy. Good morning. Yeah, give it up for Chris. Chris is the best. I actually have some cool high time frame stuff to share today. I made a little plan for myself. So as weird as that sounds, I actually went ahead and made a plan this morning. Good morning, guys. Good morning, Dave. Hey, Drunk Radish. What's up, buddy? What's up, Mark? Hey, morning, Zelino. Good morning. You guys may get a kick out of this. My friend and bandmate is sitting on the couch across the room from me, listening to me say good morning into a chat room right now. It's pretty funny trying to explain this to normal humans. Morning, guys. There you go. But I gotta say good morning. It's part of the good luck, you know? Good morning. Trading for keeps. Good morning. Man, 200-point long from Chris. That's awesome. Dude is a killer. Can't take it away. Yes, I'm speaking to a person named Chat. They're a bunch of random people from the internet that are sometimes nice to me, usually. Sometimes there's mean ones. Hey, morning, Ryan. What's up, brother? How are you? Hey, morning, Cooper. What's up, buddy? That's true, Jim. Fun fact about Pittsburgh. 446 bridges. It's too many, honestly. And they're always working on about 30% of them, too. So no, Throne Shop. I am not tied into NBA/Mafia poker games. This might surprise you, but I'm not a criminal. I'm just a normal person. No crime for me, as a rule. Morning, Don. Good morning. Yeah. Hey, Ben. What's up, buddy? You're right, recursion. That is something a criminal would say. Fair. 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 Small crime. Just a stab of crime. Hmm. I did almost steal a Snickers bar last night because I couldn't find the lady at the front desk to ring me up. And I was like, I need to eat this Snickers bar. But there's nobody here to pay for it. But my bass player wouldn't let me walk away. He was like, we have to wait. We have to wait for somebody. So I tried crime. Let me pull up let me get this big guy. Ditch this because my screen's a little small. All right, so this is what I was looking at this morning. And obviously we had a, pretty grouchy liquidation day yesterday. Like I said, so I want to look at both ES and NQ. So here's NQ. And like I talk about all the time, purple bands are monthly stuff. And then the gray bands inside are weekly. Yesterday was the first day that we could, start to use the weekly because it was Wednesday. So we were selling, right through it. I didn't really have a good opportunity to get much done. My buddy Nick made 1 billion points getting back to the weekly open, and then we ended up getting flushing all the way to the monthly open. It was pretty dramatic. Then, we bounced. NQ bounced on the monthly open. And the ES kind of bounced in the middle of nowhere, but that 66.90 has been a spot, 92. So not super shocking. I didn't catch it, so there's nothing to get too excited about. But anyways, when I woke up this morning, I saw that we were above the weekly -1. And, both of these had flattened out. Good bracket. So in that scenario, I'm trying to stay long above 32 and just get up into at least the monthly VWAP, which was here at 55. And then, I'm sorry, the weekly VWAP, which is here at 55. And then ultimately my target is this upper band here, which is cool because this is good confluence. This is the top of the +1 for the monthly, and this is the +1 for the weekly as well. So that's great. So yeah, I was just long all day. Swapped out a couple of accounts, kind of locked up profit, kept changing it. I like to buy 42, because it's the meaning of the universe. But other than that, there was also a buyer there, and that's when we opened. So coming up into this is where we're hitting some resistance, and there's been, a pretty big passive seller here at 60, which is, I mean, it makes sense because this is all these previous lows. And some stuff that you can do, I talk about trying to make your own levels all the time, that levels are not magic powers. It's just like, they're just levels, there's no my level. But this is a good way you can find, just normal support and resistance stuff. Even though my bias is long, it's a good idea to have like targets where you're gonna have resistance so that you have something to look for when you get there, right? So all these lows, pretty much just like 63. And then this, I mean, they're filling it up right now, but this was a really big low volume node right in here on the high time frame volume profile. So we zipped through it, rejected it, and so now we're kind of fighting between previous month high, weekly VWAP, and previous week high. I'm trying to stay long here. That's why I haven't, taken this runner, because ultimately, if we can hold this weekly VWAP and previous month high, hold this 55 area, I want to get to 77. I'll probably take it off at 70, 74, because this is the point of control for the last 6 days. So, but then you also have a similar story on NQ. NQ is much stronger, and it's coming up to its. So this is why I'm watching NQ here too. It's coming up to all these lows right now. It hasn't quite tested this. 206, and this is also the monthly +1. So when NQ gets up here, I'm looking for it to slow down or not. If it doesn't, then that gives me confidence that ES can finish the trip to 75. Yeah, which is what our ultimate high time frame target is. So this is just a simple, way to look at what's been going on for the week, what's been going on for the month. Takes like 5 minutes of homework. I didn't really do anything this morning when I woke up, just kind of turned the screen on and glanced. But you can do this stuff too. And, just look for these, put a 30-minute chart up, put an hour chart up, and just look for, these spots. You can draw little rectangles if you want to help you visualize it better. And then just watch those prices when we come back into them and see what happens. Yeah, see, we're still fighting this 60 guy. That's annoying. ES is annoying me today. But what you gonna do? And then, all right, so we have that, right? We have the high time frame thing. Then we move in here, and lo and behold, look at these turkeys up here. Just selling the piss out of this thing. Big passive seller here. This is also a lot of market buying. So if we can break this and we can get through it, that's also good confluence for an upside push. But I don't know. We're gonna have to see. We have to see a little more than this. NQ looks much better. NQ's holding. It's holding in its top band now. It was a lot cleaner today too. Let me pull out and see if I can get the whole day on here. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, big trend up, fell down, hit VWAP. This was a little sketch right here, but other than this is like as clean of a trend as you can really get. Whereas ES did the same thing, but it pulled all the way back to its RTH open. So this was a little sketch down here. I didn't take this all the way down here. I had to wait until it got up here, and then I almost got stopped out. So yes, definitely struggling on the struggle bus. ES might be hungover. Who knows? Who knows what it did yesterday? Ooh, edge alert. Ooh, talking heating oil. Okay. Yeah. Heating oil's up. That makes sense. I just had to turn my furnace on. I don't know if I want to tell everybody asks what my band name is. I don't know if I want to tell you guys what my band name is. That's why I don't answer that question. I gotta figure out if that's a smart idea or a dumb idea. Yeah, this looks like garbage now. This freaking thing. Keep rejecting this 60 spot if we can't get through it. So this is the little battle. I figure what time it is. 11:15. Okay. So we got 30 minutes. Everybody's, I mean, still very bullish, holding above overnight high for now. We're holding above the London 30-second opening range, all that stuff. So might need another trip to, yeah, it's just, I don't know. When VWAP just holds like this, I just have PTSD. It's a little too clean. But yeah, this is Wedge City. But anyways, yeah. So that's my little speech for the day. Other than that, I'm just here to hang out with you guys. What's up, Wowzer? Hey, Jai. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you, bud. Good morning. Yes, also, please don't forget there are 2 more rounds of the Arena Cup. Make sure you get in there. I know all my dudes are stoked for next Monday. I can't wait to watch and not participate because that was a long day. That was a very long day. Happy with my performance, but that was gnarly. Hey, Omni. Good morning, brother. How are you? Good to see you, man. Larry, does my bandmate know that I'm a worldwide respected rock star trader and streamer? No, he doesn't. And no, I'm not either. Worldwide. No, no, I don't think so. I mean, I'm just by myself on the stream, so pretty much I'm just gonna try to make my friend laugh for the next 45 minutes, just so you guys know what I'm up to. Kashif has a good question. Kashif? I don't know. Says with the trade in your favor more than 10 points, why don't you move your loss limit to a few points in profit to protect from loss and ensure the profit? Yeah, I like this. I like this fill. I took a bunch of profit already. I'm good. on this day. So I might buy this again down here too at 46. So I'm just content to keep 44 and see what happens. I don't really like moving my stop into break even until like the day has kind of proven itself. Because then it presents this new problem, right? So if you put your stop in at break even or a few points in profit, you're putting your stop somewhere where you're not necessarily wrong on the trade. And because this trade is more about, it's not about a scalp at the moment. This trade is about getting to 75. So for that reason, I'm just waiting for the day to do its thing. Like we've got London closing, we could get back down here, So, anyways, I actually I should have my stop here at 37, which is where I would be really wrong. So the fact that I've already moved it up here, that says a lot for me. So this is already an aggressive move up. Yeah, but if you're in a spot where you want to be long and stay long, because I want to stay long 42, I want to stay long at this 40 spot. If I move it into profit, then now I'm taking myself out of a trade that I wanted to be in, and I take myself out at a spot where I'm not yet wrong about that trade, just because I'm concerned about saving the money. That's not necessarily my thesis for this specific trade. If it was just a scalp and I had like no target, I had nothing going on, then it would be different. I would move it, or I'd probably already be out. Like I would just be done at 59 at the top of this balance. So it's just a little different depending on what the trade is for me. I use a volume chart, not a tick chart, and I use 3000 volume for ES, 750 volume for NQ. Yeah, George, I'd like to see 66 first also, for sure. Get an IB break, check that stat. That would be good. Trying to make sure I'm checking in on NQ here. NQ 170. Nope. Got to move my candles. There we go. Yeah, this NQ's kind of fading off here. Okay, 128. Yeah, this could easily come back down here to 46. Trying to watch this bid here. Saw a bunch lift. This is pretty slow. This is pretty draggy. So, okay, there we go. We got the reset. So this is all selling that's been rewarded so far, and then you can definitely see that guy at the top here. This was the big seller that started it all yesterday. He's still up there. This is a lot of buying that did not move, and this is selling that is moving down. So I'm kind of losing hope. But we'll see. Never know. No, Joe. I'm not the seller. Also, good morning, Joe. Good morning. Yes, Pablo, yes. The starting price of the week or the weekly open is a very important line. We look at that, Leo calls it the G line. That's how it's known in order flow labs. But yes, that is an important piece of price action that we reference throughout the week. Also, the monthly open is important too. You can use it as a pivot. You can use it however you'd like to. I know there are some stats about how often that price is revisited on Monday and Tuesday. of the RTH trading sessions. So you can look at that. There's many stats that revolve around the weekly and monthly open. So do with that what you will. I'll let you guys do the homework there. Damn it. I made a new term. Yeah, that's a little draggy, you know. Jim did tell me I'm allowed to make up my own stuff, so this is Jim's fault. All the terms. NQ's so much stronger. So the supportive bid here, but like these lows begging to get run. But like this is, I mean, there was some dude, I don't know if you guys saw this earlier in the day. Somebody lifted like a bajillion watts here at 113. It seems like they're doing a similar thing here at 150 as well. So no idea what this player's intention is. But somebody is partying here, and I do not know why yet. Yeah, it looks like we're going to get our opportunity to add here at 46. Okay. Come back down, check in. Let's see. Yep. Just come back and tick the London 30-second OR there. You can see it's still support. I mean, they were really short off of it all night. So that, I mean, it was almost the overnight high. London was completely net short. So now we're on the other side of that pivot. And nice, that's productive. You see, we ticked that stop. We ran that stop too. So that's nice. So see what we can get. It's not uncommon for this London 30-second opening range to get to get some play as London closes. We got 7 minutes left for that to happen. So we'll see how they want to do. I'd like to get above VWAP. I'm glad we're above 24-hour VWAP, but we need to kick these dudes now. So you see we're coming back up into these lows. So we need to get back above that 55 spot. Lewis, I don't use time frames. I use volume-based charts, but yeah, I use 3,000 volume for ES, which is what I primarily trade now. And as far as like for placing trades, I'm typically just a scalper. It's kind of I don't know, chat. It's rare that I have like a high time frame ish setup, but I'm kind of playing a weekly setup at the moment. Following that dramatic move. And then so what I'll do is I'll look at if there is a weekly setup going on, I'll look at that like context idea and then get that in my mind. And then I'll use the day's price action to figure out how to get into that position. So like, for example, I wanted to be long 67.32. We didn't get that price, but within the day, I mean, we drove right out of the 30-second opening range, so I was good to get long there. So then I'm just using daily MGI to lean on my higher time frame context idea. Because I can't just say, well, I want to buy 67.32 and, price doesn't go down there. I can't control where price wants to go. I can only control like what I can do, where I can enter. So yeah, LQF I use so I just use the RTH VWAP bands on on my execution chart. And then for the high time frame chart, I am using weekly and monthly bands. Yes. I don't do anything bigger than that. I know some people get into like quarterly. Some people will look at the yearly VWAP. I don't do that. I mean, not that I should, maybe I should, but I just don't. D1 David says, this is good. D1 David says, you seem to do great in the arena trading gold. What's your general setup for gold? That's funny, dude. So that is the first time I've ever traded gold. So my setup is beginner's luck, number one. Number two, I just bought it. That was it. I happened to just look over at the gold chart and saw that it had sold down and then it was back above its RTH open. So, and was just retesting the RTH open from above. So I just clicked it. That's it. That's all I did. Please don't, please don't try to read into anything I was doing with gold because I don't know what I was doing with gold. I was just trying to, trade. I was just trying to win the contest. But yeah, and Tanya said this on Twitter. I said it too. Um, it's really important to know that we are trying to win this money for charity, and which means we have to beat each other in order to get first place. That's not how normal trading works. Normal trading is just, making money and protecting your risk. So as we have fun in the arena competition, take the way that we're managing risk with a grain of salt because we're playing a game within the game. Yeah, just please remember that. I mean, it's still fun. It's so much fun. Grisha, I don't know why they named it the G line. You have to ask Leo about that. Yeah, Arcane Historian. I can share my workspace with you. A lot of the stuff you'll need is you'll need some Order Flow Labs tools in order for it to work. But yeah, I'm happy to. I can share what I have. You can if you're in Order Flow Labs, you can just send me a message on Discord, and I'd happily send it to you. There's nothing proprietary or fancy about it. It's pretty simple. Um, actually on my if I would have my numbers a lot smaller. A lot of these fonts are just massive, so you guys could see them. But yeah. Yeah, no problem. Happy to. If anybody ever feels like I can help them out in any way, please just ask. Because I again, I don't have any secret sauce. I'm happy to share whatever I can. Look at that bit. You see that come in? Woo! Let's go, baby. Daddy needs a new pair of low top Converse All Stars. Actually, I do need a pair of Hokas. We determined over the weekend, or that wasn't the weekend. We determined last week in Naples that maybe my that actually Nick told me, he's like, dude, how many miles have you run on those shoes? And I was like, I don't know, like 750. He's like, that's crazy. You have way too many miles on those shoes. That's why, uh, that's why you can't get out of this plantar fasciitis thing. So, stream side, do you need $20? I'll give you $20 if you need $20, happily. So friend Tintin, I was under the impression that it was like 1,000. And that's how I'd always operated. But Nick told me, he's like, dude, you gotta cycle those things out like every three to 500, like 500 max. I was like, whoa, that's way low for me. Yeah, same, Jeff. Yep, I'm a Clifton 9 guy as well. I was a Clifton 8 guy, but they stopped making those. So I'm a 9 guy now. Jeff, as far as the charity goes, I didn't, well, I still have an opportunity in the championship to win money for the charity, but my favorite charity is always just my local food bank. Um, they do really great work. One thing I used to do a lot a couple years ago is we had a cool program in Pittsburgh where uh, you sign up and you're kind of an Uber driver, except you go around to grocery stores and pick up all of the dented and damaged food that they set aside, and you bring it to the food bank. And that was a really cool thing I got to do during COVID. And um, because I was just trading, I would get done, I'd get done by noon, and then I would just go, hit a couple of those. And it was super fun. And you get to meet a lot of cool people that you wouldn't normally get to meet. So I had a good time doing that. But yeah, as far as charity goes, I just like my food bank. I mean, everybody needs food, and there's a lot of places that, not to get all preachy and weird about it, but there's a lot of places in America, but in my city especially, that are food deserts, meaning that like there's neighborhoods that don't have a grocery store. There's neighborhoods where people can't get fresh produce. The only grocery store they have is the dollar store. And no offense to the dollar store, but you can't get bananas in there. You can't get apples. You can't get, you know, vegetables that aren't in a can. You get a lot of frozen processed stuff, and so giving those neighborhoods access to that stuff is very important. And the food banks where I'm from do a lot of that outreach work and a lot of lobbying work too, to get grocery conglomerates into neighborhoods where they're needed. Um, yeah. So yeah. Frank, the VWAP is anchored to the RTH Open, so it's not really anchored. It's just set to 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. Oh, Larry asked how many times have I watched Spinal Tap. I literally watched Spinal Tap every day after school for like 3 years. I loved that movie so much. I used to just come home from school and put a movie on. Actually, what I would do, uh, I would come home from school, and at 4 o'clock on USA, MacGyver was on, so I would always watch MacGyver at 4 o'clock. Best show ever. Doesn't really hold up well, unfortunately, but that's fine. He'll always be number one in my heart. And then yeah, I would watch Spinal Tap. Uh, I also I wasn't really allowed to listen to um I wasn't allowed to listen to a lot of music, that like popular music, but I was allowed to watch a lot of movies, so I would kind of lean on movies that had soundtracks as like a workaround, like a way to get to listen to music I wasn't allowed to listen to. So I listened to a lot of movies with good soundtracks, including Spinal Tap. Um, I mean, that's kind of a strange example of that, but Forrest Gump was another one I watched all the time just for the soundtrack. Pretty funny. Thanks, Chill Vibes. Thank you, brother. Nautilus, I live in Pittsburgh area. If we get back down below the 60 guy, I'm gonna be so disappointed. I bet what's happening. Yeah, it's 11:35. I bet what's happening is NQ probably got up to that spot, kicked off of it. Yeah, 206. Yeah, this is gonna suck. 206 to 214. This is gonna be a pain. I mean, there's no there's really no way around it. That sucks. That sucks. We lost that. I was really confident that was going to be the IB high push. I might just give up on this trade. Angry Trader asks, what is my win rate? I like to live, well, are you talking about real life or in the perfect world? My win rate that I target is like 52, 54%. And I like to try to have a profit factor of 1.2 to 1.3, somewhere in there. Perfect world. And that's obviously that's over the course of, you know, space and time. Lame. Lame. Just got dunked on. I mean, one has to think we got to come back down here at 40s. This thing. I mean, look at this seller again, just absorbed the hell out of this again. Very lame. Let me get my pull that big guy up again and see what this is looking like. Yeah. Just kicking off these lows. We can't get through this, dude. Losing the weekly VWAP. All right, minus is at 33 now. Yeah. Not great. All right, now I'll do this because I'm done. I'll take 4 points on that runner, worst case. And then I'm not planning on buying this anymore. Reuter says, I'm thinking about signing up for OFL, but I see from you guys really aligned how I envision myself trading. That's awesome. May I please give you a little piece of caution, a piece of advice about signing up for Order Flow Labs. Order Flow Labs is a set of tools, and it's best used if you already have some kind of understanding about order flow trading and you're trying to visualize something in a different way or use those tools around trade setups that you already have. It's not a place for beginners. So I just don't want. Leo says this all the time. I know Job says this all the time. Everybody says it all the time. We want you to be ready to use those tools when you get in there, and also the learning curve exists. There is so much education. There's so much documentation, videos, stuff about how the tools work, how you can adapt them. It's a great community. There's tons of amazing traders in there, not just the owners, but also just, normal folks. We've got a lot of great friends in there. Gary's been in there for forever. Yeah, lots of folks. But so I love Order Flow Labs. It's amazing. It's one of only 2 things I've ever put my name behind that I support. But please just, understand it's going to take a little time to get used to the tools. And I would only get in there if you already have a good understanding of what you're trying to visualize with order flow trading. What's this 55 guy doing now? You see this? So this looks like passive seller walking down a little bit. So I'll need to see if this goes away. We get back above this, so it's still, I don't know. I mean, we made the wedge, then we pushed down out of it, and then we pushed up out of it, and then we're back in here. looks like we're getting into a little bit of a balanced world now. ES is going to take probably all day to break its IB at this rate. I'm sorry, Frank, you asked the question. Frank says, okay, is that the same for weekly and monthly? I don't know what you mean. I'll answer you, but I lost what we were talking about in the chat. Gabriel, the stars on the graph are delta flips. And what that shows is that's a study that shows when you can set a threshold of delta inside of each candle that you want to visualize. And when that threshold changes from one side to the other, it will print that star and show you that the delta dominance of that candle has flipped from selling dominance to buying dominance, or buying dominance to selling dominance. And that's actually a good example of what I was talking about with the tools. Like, that's a tool. You can use it however you want. And I have different settings than Leo. I have different settings than XY. I have different settings than Nick. I craft this to be what I want to see. So that's the cool thing about the OFL stuff. It's extremely customizable, but you also have to kind of have a vision for what you want to see before you dig into, doing all this stuff with it. Good morning, Daniel. Oh, Apple lost the lawsuit. That's okay. They can afford it. They've got money. Pretty sure. Yeah, Mr. Market, I trade in Q2 sometimes. I mean, I watch them both. It just looks like it's balancing up here to me. I'm not really a wedge guy, but we're just building this out up here. Blue team at the top, red team at the bottom. Somebody's got to win. Or we'll just close right here. Also possible. Yikes. Now the market's mad. $11.45. Okay. Yeah, they're gonna get us. Yep. There we go. Pretty big push. That's okay. I feel good about this. We'll see if we can get back above this if that was just a quick flush. Pretty quick reclaim there. And Q doing the same. Yeah, pay attention to this delta. Nope. Nasty. Yeah. The thing about that OR stat is, it can also be or not OR. The thing about the IB stat is just because it's a bullish day doesn't mean the IB high is the one that's going to break. So you gotta be ready to pivot. Yeah, if it can hold this, it might just, it might turn into a balanced day. I haven't had a chance to look at the rest of the markets. So, like I don't have the Dow up to see what it's doing. But it's definitely market is definitely in its feelings right now. It's a lot of selling that was rewarded. A lot of red team got rewarded there on the way down. 14 minutes left till noon. Worry, my voice is killing me. Turns out screaming into a microphone all night will take your voice away a touch. Okay, back above overnight high. Maybe. 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 Maybe not. It's just, yeah, I can't get behind this being anything more than a balanced day at this point. That seller up there in the 60s is just like had all the bullets today. Like no way around it. Now we're fighting with overnight high. Let's see what NQ is doing. Yeah, NQ much more productive, but it's just at its point of control. So even though NQ is bullish, it's still balancing up here. It's just in, it's just balancing in its top half. But this is all, I mean, yeah, look at that guy getting lifted. Getting lifted. I want to talk to Samson. You guys like Half Baked? Any Half Baked fans? Also watch that movie a lot. Fly me to the moon. Nasdaq 100 asks, how do you know if it is a balanced day or a trend day? Well, the answer is that you don't until the day is over, but there are things you can look at as the day develops to give you clues as to, what kind of day you're in. So you can watch, I made like a hour-long video about this. It's on paintingthetape.net. And I talk about at length how I use VWAP bands to determine trending environments versus balanced environments. And also how I use those bands intraday to, pivot between those environments, because I don't trade like the whole day. There's a lot, like when people talk about balanced days versus, different kinds of days, ultimately that's all hindsight, because what I'm trading is, I'm trading like 10-point rotations inside of an entire day. So my trend bias is going to change throughout the day. So I mean, I'll just do a quick example. So this is strong trend right here. When price is locked inside of one of the VWAP bands, this one is a strong uptrend because it is holding inside of the +1. And I've got this is a little vertical, but yeah, if you can look at this, when price does this, it wants to hang out inside of that band. that is an uptrend. Now, when that band flattens out and price leaves it, and then it begins to reject, this is when it gets more, neutral. And neutral being when the bands are flat and price is bracketed. So then I'll also look at the developing volume profile, which is over here, and a D shape with the point of control in the middle. That's a balanced day. Now there's no way to know if it's going to stay this way forever. Anything could happen. News could happen. Price can happen. Anything could happen. We can leave this balance up or down. Nobody knows. So you don't know if it's a trend day or not until the day is over. But the metaphor I like to use for myself is when we start trading at 9:30, it's like we start in a dark room and the market slowly turns the lights on until at 4 o'clock, you get to see the whole room and everything that's in it. But until then, you only get like little clues along the way. And that's what you have to use to make trade decisions with in real time. So there you go. Hey, no problem. No problem, my friend. Yeah, the website's all free. There's got Nick and XY stuff should be up there soon, so that's gonna be cool. I think they're gonna work on it. The website dude's gonna work on it over the weekend, so I'm excited for that. And then we'll have a new episode up. I got to get Kane on to talk. Also, I was gonna ask Jim if he wants to be on the podcast. I had that idea last night. I was like, I need Jim on this podcast, I think. Oh, Gene. Gene says, Stowe, if OFL is for established volume-based traders, what's a good place to start with order flow trading, auction market theory for people who are just familiar with old school price action? Again, not trying to plug the painting the tape thing over and over again, but we're making a free education-based spot for all things, that we get asked here all the time. Just to have that for folks. The other one that I like a lot is a website called Trading Riot, and he does sell something. I don't know what it is. I've never bought that, but that's where I first read the most helpful, concise blog posts about delta, order flow trading, auction market theory, all that stuff. So if you want to just dabble and kind of get your head wrapped around what that stuff is, go to either paintingthetape.net. If you want to do that, that would be cool because it's mine. Or there's this other one that this dude made, and I have no idea who that guy is. So don't hold me to it if that place sucks and you don't like it. But that's years ago, like 3, maybe 4 years ago. That's where I first found some good blog posts that are free. So Jim, what's up, brother?
Oh man, a lot of stuff's going on. First, Gene, I see in the chat, we still have our cocktail hour scheduled for Friday, right? Looking forward to that.
Nice.
Yep. Gene was a giveaway winner, and the good thing about having it on a Friday is cocktail hour starts way earlier than usual.
That's right. It literally is 5 o'clock somewhere.
Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, no, it's in this case it'll be like 1 or 2 or something. I don't know.
That's awesome.
But a lot of people ask me, Stowe, when Stowe's trading live, or when the guys are trading the open live, what do you do, Jim? And well, the answer is this: I do a lot of research. And you know what I uncovered today?
What?
That the meaning of Stowe means holy place. Do you live in a church or a monastery or anything like that?
Not specifically. Is that what it means? I always thought it meant on a hill.
I'm sure. My research is pretty strong here. It's the building attached to a monastery or church. And originally it was meeting place, right? But mostly for religious purposes. I don't know, but or you could be. You're not Chinese, are you?
Not that I know of.
No. Okay. This is an old English seventh century term. So, and you have a coat of arms too. You could download and use.
That's cool. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to tell my folks. That would make, I mean, yeah, that would make my dad and sister very happy. They're very nerdy. We love a Renaissance fair, frankly. So that's cool. We can get that coat of arms
Yeah.
working for the
Let's
next
do it.
time we hit the Ren Fair.
Oh my goodness. In any event, thank you for that, Stowe. Everybody hit that thumbs up for Stowe, man. He just landed on the line. Great discussion today, man. Appreciate you for sure. This
Sure.
afternoon, I think, I don't know, every time I mention who's coming this afternoon, someone else shows up. So I'm gonna go out on a limb though and say it's gonna be Leo and XYZ.
Okay, cool. I hope so. That'll
But
be
who
fun
knows?
if it is.
Who knows who's gonna
Who
show up?
knows?
Anyway, thanks again, Stowe. I will talk to you soon, man. I'm not gonna see you tomorrow,
Sounds
am
good.
I?
Yeah, I'll be. Are you going to be here? Because I'm going
That's
to be
right.
here.
I will see you tomorrow. That's right. Never mind. I'm not going to wish you a happy weekend until tomorrow then.
Okay, cool. That sounds good.
All right.
All
Thanks,
right.
Stowe.
Thank
We
you,
can do a
chat.
quick
I
edge
appreciate you,
report.
folks.
All right, brother. All right, real quickly here, we got the NASI right now. I just have this daily chart up. Again, I have that volume profile spread out through the contract roll. A couple things that are going on here right now that I have my eyes on. Remember, we had this peak, I don't know, double, triple top, however you want to call it. A lot of resistance right up here at the highs, 25, 3, call it 55. And then we had a lower low and a lower high on the next candle after we peaked out there. And now we have an inside bar, but we have a lower high as well. So I want to see how high, even if it's just a wick, we can get today on this Nasdaq before I'm totally confident we're going to be breaking through these highs. Right now, we're above the midpoint of the previous red candle. It's a big red candle, so that's a pretty good sign as well. We're above this target wick right here at 25,179.5, so that's pretty good. All the moving averages are moving up pretty nicely, so that's a good sign. So what's the bad sign? Well, this volume profile point of control bothers me a little bit, all the way down here at 24,830, and you can see that it's pretty prominent. So I'm a little worried about it, but we'll see how this thing kind of matures as we go throughout the day. Stochastics are still pretty strong, so I don't want to freak anybody out. Cooper's saying 25,250. 25,250. Yeah, there you go. We're getting there. We're getting there. In any event, let's pivot to. I've been talking about this market that's just is so interesting to me. This is and now it's not for everybody. It's heating oil. It's not for everybody, but it's pretty interesting. And I'm just going to pull up an intraday chart. It'll take a sec for my data to kind of percolate a little bit here. So bear with me a little bit. Thank you for that, stream side. Appreciate you. This is today, right? And this blue line that I have going across the bottom of the screen, this is the RTH close for heating oil. Now, I know heating oil settles way before that, but I just kind of wanted to mark that off to get an idea what's happening here. And remember, look at this candle right here that we had at 3 to 330. It's a big, big benchmark green candle here, right? So I just measured where the RTH was, and I brought it up. Now, I got to move it up again since I made this chart. This thing is still cranking. It is rallying. One contract's worth. This is one contract. If you were to sell the contract here and buy it back, you would have lost $4,522. If you would have bought it down here and sold it at the highest, you would have made $4,552. So this is a huge move. Put this in perspective. This is a 4.5 handle move in bonds. So if you had one contract done on bonds, we'd have to have 123 print. So this is a tremendously big move. No end in sight. There is no wick at the top of this this daily chart whatsoever. A decent point of control though. This is a really nice. It was a really nice P-shaped volume profile. Is Farm wouldn't call it. He'd call it something else. But it was a really nice P-shaped profile here. Until we hit the top of the value area recently. And these are the last two candles. These are 30-minute candles. A lot of volumes coming in right here at 2.3605. And look at where we're at right now. So we'll see if this thing keeps on moving or not. But ultra low sulfur diesel is the contract. It used to be just heating oil. It's used for heating oil and transportation. Think supply chain. Really important. One last thing to point out. The dome. This is a good thing to look at. Kind of get a sense of what the bid-ask spread looks like, how tight it is, how loose it is. You can see it's loose, right? So we have bids and offers, but the last traded price is usually separated by a few ticks up or down. So if you are going to trade this, and be careful, it's not for everybody. Remember, limit orders on your entries, limit orders on your profit targets are usually best practices. That way you kind of mitigate some of the extra transaction costs you get with a large bid-ask spread. So that's heating oil. I'm gonna keep an eye on that. Thank you everybody for coming. Appreciate everybody being here this morning. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the likes, the subscriptions, everything. You guys have been awesome. Looking forward to this afternoon. Me and Shai are gonna kick things off. And then we have Leo and XYZ. So having said all that, folks, thanks for being here, and we'll see you this afternoon.